Okay, this should hopefully be one of the best streams we have ever done. But come one, come all to our final Paws Up watch party of the season. As FIU football is getting ready to take on the UTSA Roadrunners in the 2025 Serve Pro First Responder Bowl. And oh boy, my stomach's been a mess all day. I have been nervous for this game, but we're finally 30 minutes out from this game. 8:00 kick over on ESPN. This is actually the first game that's been just straight up on ESPN for FIU that I can literally remember. It's been way too long. So hopefully this will be an incredible game that FIU will win against a very interesting opponent. We are getting close to kickoff. Making sure we're good everywhere, of course. So bear with me here as we get the links out. I have to send this to all the GCs. The round table, the college huddle, and even this FIU. This FIU chat we have. Oh, the numbers are brewing. That's good. So it's been a long time coming to even get to this point to the FIU for the FIU faithful. To even talk about being in a bowl game, it has been years, and I do mean years, since 2019, a 6-year drought of no bowl games. And then the last bowl game win was actually a year earlier in 2018. So it's been a long time. What can I say? So to be back here, and what I do feel, and you know, we're going to hear from Kevin later today. I think even he would agree this feels like a very winnable game for the Panthers. And I know they're surprisingly they're heavy underdogs. 7. It's currently 7. I think it opened up as like 8. It dropped to 7, 6.5. It actually dropped even further. Now we're back to 7. But I don't know. Like the matchup predictor, for example, for ESPN is giving UTSA a 73% chance to win this game. Which before don't get anything twisted. I don't care about the matchup predictor in the slightest. All I care, the things that matter the most to me, which team's coming into this game on a hotter streak? It's clearly FIU, since they went perfect in the month of November. And which team is going to be more ready for this game? Now, you can make the case either or. I know that UTSA is not going to have a lot of players in this game due to the portal, graduation, whatever you want it to be. I think their coach was talking about like just their agents, just advising them not to play in it. Not even portal reasons, not even reasons like that. Just don't risk getting injured in what they would consider a meaningless game. It's not meaningless to me, and I don't think it's meaningless to FIU either. I know a few players have either opted out or just entered the portal, all that. But listen, you ask anybody who roots for FIU football and who has been for a long time, to even get to a bowl game in the first year for Willie Simmons is an accomplishment by itself. To get a win over Florida Atlantic is an accomplishment. To get some marquee wins, which, I mean, when you think of marquee wins in a season, these past few years in the Mike McIntyre era, I don't know if we really ever had one. This season alone, Florida Atlantic, of course. We beat the number 1 team in CUSA at the time, Western Kentucky, on the road. And then we did it again at home against Jacksonville State, all in 1 year. So we have a few marquee wins this season, which is awesome. Let me go ahead and do a quick audio check to make sure we are okay. That sounds nice. Sounds lovely. All right. How about on Twitter? How does it sound there? Let's see. That sounds nice. Sounds lovely. Oh, that sounds perfect. And I'm happy it really sounds perfect because, of course, wishing everyone a belated Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Um, I got some stuff. I got a few things for my microphone, which will hopefully make it a more pleasant experience. I no longer have this thing here, which kind of covered my face. Actually, I have it right here. This thing, which I've had on my setup like forever. I don't need it anymore. This thing is like it's used to like obviously keep the mic clean, but also for like sharp sounds like and pop pop pop. Apparently it like helps reduce popping noises when those things happen. But it was massive. This thing now I actually have a cover over the microphone itself, which it does the same thing, but obviously it takes up less space. So that's fun. And I even have a new cable going directly from the microphone to my computer. Since the other one was a normal USB type slot, this one on the other hand is a direct C type, which I think is good. Now I don't need to use an adapter, which may or may not do something, and may or may it might not even make a difference. But I like not having to rely on an adapter anymore. South to West 8506. This man has been a ride or die with FIU this season, just like we all, especially with these watch parties. Can't believe the Panthers made it back to a bowl game. I'm not surprised. It is a little shocking. They did it this quickly. I will say that, but you need to understand that just getting here is not what this team is okay with. They're not okay with just getting here. They are they want to win it. They want to go out there and get a W in this game. And I'm telling you, I think this is going to be the team to do it. There is an ongoing game here on ESPN. As soon as this game's over, I'm sure they'll get right to ours. And there's only like 6 minutes to go in the game. So I think we should be okay here. I guess this is now a good time to test everything, make sure that I'm good to go broadcast wise, as I usually am. You see the stat broadcast right there, which is good. About that. As soon as this game is over, they'll go to the FIU. I genuinely can't tell you the last time FIU was on ESPN one, like the main ESPN channel. It probably was either the Camellia Bowl, maybe the Bahamas Bowl. I'm not sure, but that's the situation. So we'll just watch a little bit of this Minnesota New Mexico game, which is all tied up. I kind of like when these group of 5 teams can take on the power conference teams. I know I know Hawaii beat Cal a couple days ago. So just keep a sharp eye out. And then it's just us. And then we are the last college football game of the day. So that itself is pretty exciting, I would say. Oh. By the way, we may or may not have guests on for this. I genuinely don't know. Invites were sent. One of them declined. I didn't really hear from the other two. But I mean, look, we're here. We are here. Kevin's there in person, by the way, which is pretty neat. He's getting some cool video. As a matter of fact, we'll check out social media here in a sec. We'll do some screen sharing and see what's up. Holy crap. That was a great tackle by the New Mexico State guy. They got a punt. 4 minutes to go. The Lobos are going to have a chance here. So, anyway, let's take a look through socials, see what's going on. Let's see here. All right, let's share a different screen. Okay. Hey, shout out G-Fed. He's at the game. So for those who don't know, G-Fed, who was actually at the Vice Night game against Kennesaw State, he did like a an eliminator thing where he spun the wheel and he had all the bowl games on the wheel. He spun it, and whichever one he landed on, ooh, that's big. Whichever one he landed on last would be the bowl game he'd go to, and it actually was this bowl game. So he's here. Were either of these teams in bowl relevant all season? Shut up. FIU was. Is it a fun location? That's debatable. Does it have a cheeky sponsor? No, not really, but it's a cool sponsor. It's respectable. However, he is rocking the Vice Night shirt. Hey, G-Fed, I have that too. All right, let's see. All right. Well, I'm trying to find some cool stuff here. Let's just search and take a look. Let's go to the FIU football account and see what's what. Oh, hang on. Let me increase this screen size a little bit. Here we go. There was their game day graphic. Pretty funny. All right, here we go.
Kilo set, set, two. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
So cool.
What's up, baby?
Shout out everyone that made it out there. That was the tailgate party, by the way. That looks quite nice. It looks pretty fun. So, okay. Pizanski and Keyone warmed up before the game. So that's good to know. Oh, what? Tonight's what? Darren, I think your math is off there, buddy. This starts at, it should say 8:10 Eastern, 7:10 Central, but you know, whatever, Darren. It's all good. All right, so they moved it 10 minutes back. Whatever. So here are the captains, and Kevin was telling me this earlier. Pizanski's the captain, which I think is a damn good indicator that, yeah, I think he's going to get the start today, which is great. I know Kevin and I have kind of pooped on the First Responder Bowl for a while now, but one thing that it did do was it gave Pizanski and Keyone Jenkins a lot of time to heal, considering how late this bowl game is. I mean, it's the 26th, for crying out loud. So it's doing that. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what Kevin's doing. Kevin, that sly dog is out there in Dallas, and I know he's gotten some decent videos, so let's take a look here. Okay, here we go. SMU Stadium, Gerald Ford Stadium, the home of the Mustangs of SMU. The pregame warm-ups. There's Willie. A big day, Willie. Hey, where's the shotgun? His hoodie doesn't say shotgun. It's kind of an L, low key.
Let's go, boys.
Leading the team out. Although I mean, it looks like Joe's going to get the start, so we'll see there. Cornerbacks and safeties. Okay. Keegan Davis. I'm going to need him to have a baller game today. That's for damn sure. And there we go. All right, I'll stop sharing there. So, all right. To my knowledge, nothing. Okay. And this guy just asked, which is good. Technically speaking, it's not confirmed who's starting at quarterback for FIU. However, I mean, they literally named Joe Pizanski a captain for this game, which is a damn good indicator that it's probably going to be him. So, don't take this to the bank, but it's probably going to be Pizanski. it looks like both are healthy enough to go. And, Willie Simmons was talking about it leading up to this game that they could probably put in both guys at times this game. But it looks like I'd feel confident that it's going to be Joe Pazanski getting the nod here. So, which is good. Listen, I don't have a problem, of course, with Kiwan playing this game, but I feel like based on how the offenses have looked with both guys on the field, I feel like it slightly favors having Pazanski in there when they want to pass the ball. I have a feeling that the Panthers are going to rely pretty damn heavily on the run game today, considering that's one of the biggest weak points of UTSA's team in general, is that UTSA is like a jack of all trades kind of thing. They're not really bad in one specific category, but they definitely, one of their weakest spots is their rush defense. So that sounds like something great for guys like Keyshawn Owens and Anthony Carey to sort of delve into. And I hope they do. By the way, I'm hoping that this guaranteed rate bowl doesn't go into overtime. We've reached the 2-minute timeout and we're tied. So I need New Mexico to get a clutch game winner here, just so there's no issues there. All right, let me share my screen. Back to the stat broadcast. Beautiful. So and as far as aside from the quarterbacks, I think health-wise, FIU is not in a bad spot for this game. UTSA, on the other hand, might be without a lot of guys. Yeah, I'm just checking Twitter. Some people asked there as well. It's the starting. Everyone's asking about the starting quarterback. It looks like it's going to be Joe Pazanski because he is a captain for this game. But don't be surprised if you see both quarterbacks getting some snaps today. Maybe, I would say more likely than not, Pazanski will be the primary guy, and they might throw Jenkins in there here and there to see what happens. I mean, maybe it's like 3rd and 1 or something, and they want Kewan Jenkins in there to do a draw play and make some magic happen. I don't know. But it looks like at least starting the game will be Mr. Pazanski. Oh, the Hail Married podcast is there. Shout out them. They said they would be there. By the way, I do want to give a thank you to the Hail Married podcast because they invited me onto their show like a week ago to do like an episode talking about FIU, which I did, and they were a very lovely couple. It's a very unique podcast, by the way, because the two hosts are husband and wife covering UTSA, which is awesome. Now, the Paws our Paws preview for the game was originally going to have Meet Nation as our guest for the preview. However, we had a lot of scheduling issues with some of the guys from Meet Nation, and we were like worried we wouldn't be able to get a guest on our preview show for the bowl game. But I messaged the Hail Mary pod on like the last day we could record, and they were down to do it. And that was actually when Kevin and I were at the Boca Raton Bowl, so it was like right after that. The preview was supposed to drop on the night of the Boca Raton Bowl, but we obviously had to push it back the next morning because after I was able to interview them, I had to edit it, schedule it. It was way too late for that. For reference, it was supposed to drop at 8:00 on that day. We had to drop it on Christmas Eve at I think it was 10 a.m. So that's how that all worked out. But I'm happy it did end up working out because the Hail Married podcast were on their game, and I am grateful for that because it would have been holy cow. All right. I didn't think I'd be commenting this other game, but it's getting pretty down to the wire. So New Mexico is tied with Minnesota, a minute 49 to go. It's 2nd and 10. New Mexico has the ball around midfield. For the case of this bowl game, I'd really like it to not go into overtime so that there won't be a need to delay the game. However, Darren just put out a tweet saying that the bowl game has been delayed to an 8:10 start time, obviously to compensate for this more than likely going into overtime. So, he's hustling, but he's going to get tackled. A minute 40 and ticking. It's going to be 3rd and long for New Mexico. Okay. It's just so fun to be able to sit here talking about a bowl game, getting excited. And thank you all, regardless of what platform you're on, for hopping on. I see you all, including my peeps on Instagram. So, if y'all have any questions or anything you'd like to say, just drop a comment. I can see it all. And this will hopefully be a night to remember for Panther Nation in this contest against UTSA. Yeah, it's obviously strange because it was really tough to analyze UTSA for this game because of their situation where, according to their head coach, they're missing like a good chunk of their team who have opted out of playing in this game. I know FIU's missing a few guys, especially on defense, a couple of linemen as well on offense. But I think FIU is in a better situation with reserves that UTSA will be in this game, and that is a fact. All right, so New Mexico has to punt. Under a minute now. Fair catch at the 15-yard line for Minnesota. So they'll have 56 seconds to maybe get into field goal range and pull off the game winner. They do have a timeout as well. So, okay. Well, there's Rory. By the way, I like the uniform combo for this game. It's white jerseys, white pants with the blue helmet with just the Panther head. It's a good look. I would prefer the white helmet with the 305 decal and maybe the center stripe. That's my favorite helmet, honestly. But that's a good look. I'm not gonna say it's not. All right, 1st and 10. Minnesota's QB passes caught to the 20, 25. First down. Clock will stop momentarily. Oh, he did miss a touchdown there. And then the quarterback is sacked. Oh, dear. Clock's ticking. Are they even going to run another snap here? So, hang on. I need to re-verify this. But according to Darren, who just dropped a tweet, Darren's the SID for FIU football. So he knows a thing or two. I think they're going to take this to overtime. I don't think they're even going to run another play. Yep, it's going to overtime. Now, I guess they've prepared for this because it looks like the game's going to be pushed back 10 minutes. It's supposed to start at 8. Now I guess it might be, 8:10. Okay. Not a terrible situation, but I mean, I get it. Who would have thought this game would go into overtime, Why is this guy quote tweeting everything on Twitter? All right, whatever. So we'll just wait here. There's really not much else we can do. So again, thank you all for getting tuned in, getting ready for this watch party, especially those who have who this isn't their first watch party, who have been here since our first one, which was the Western Kentucky game, which was a win, and then the Missouri State game, which was a loss, and then the Middle Tennessee and Sam Houston games, which were both blowout wins. Regardless of what happens tonight, I'm going to have a winning record on these watch parties. It's either 5-1 or no 4-1 or 3-2. So, Oh, Ricardo's at the on-campus watch party. That's funny. So apparently there are two physical watch parties for this game. The first one is the Chili's on campus, which I mean, if you're going out to there to watch this watch party, you are a sailor because obviously classes are out for the holidays. But the other one is of course at the Twin Peaks in Doral, which they've been doing all their stuff at, which is cool. So, all right, overtime. And let me do it like this. I was inspired by FIU, by the way. Apparently, all the players got these special like varsity jackets. So I thought I'd bust out mine that I got from the Super Bowl. Wait, uh, 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 the Super Bowl in New Orleans. You can see all the Super Bowls here on the sleeve. It's pretty sick. Yes, it was a Christmas present, but you know, I felt inspired to rock it. All right, so we're going to overtime in this game. My paws are tingling, says Daniel Denise. Hell yeah. Oh dear. It's getting a little nutty, I'm not gonna lie. So again, y'all have comments, y'all have any questions, I can answer them if I can. Drop them on Instagram if you want to, because I can see them there. Obviously, the big question has been who's starting for FIU quarterback wise. It's looking like it's going to be Joe Pizanski. We can just use context clues for that one. Oh yeah, this is the guy. This is the coach with the suit and tie. He's money in these bowl games, but I'm kind of low key rooting for New Mexico here, just because it's always funny to see the group of five teams beat the power conference teams. I digress. It doesn't matter that much to me. I just want this game to move along so we can get to the bowl game everyone really cares about. Am I right? Oh, so it looks like New Mexico will get the ball first. Okay. Yeah, this has been like an incredible season for New Mexico State. I think they went out and beat a Big Ten team. First and 10, New Mexico. If I'm not mistaken, New Mexico, I think, beat UCLA earlier this season. Or maybe it was USC. I think it was UCLA, which was obviously a great win for them. So that they're not scared about having to play a Big Ten team. I'm sorry, New Mexico. The New Mexico Lobos. Let me double check who they beat. Now, I'm like almost positive it was a Big Ten team they beat. It was one of the yeah, it was UCLA. They smoked them too in the City of Angels. I add. So we're already at triple digit views, and the game hasn't even started yet, and it won't start for another 10 minutes. So, as you can see, I have the stat broadcast right here. Hopefully, it just starts going immediately. I know we had troubles for the Sam Houston game where for some reason it took like almost the entire first quarter to get the stat broadcast up and rolling. So I had to commit a cardinal sin and use the live ESPN stats instead of the stat broadcast, which I so much prefer. But this is an ESPN event, so I'm sure it'll be working right on the dot. He is not going to get close. New Mexico's going to have to take a field goal here. So they're going to attempt a field goal here, New Mexico, to take the lead. But Minnesota can win this with a touchdown, he's got to make it first, and he does. Okay, he does. So 17-14, New Mexico over Minnesota. Okay, so they just cut to the. Of course, they had to show UTSA. I haven't seen a single thing talking about FIU yet, but if the game hasn't started, so it's going to be 8-10. That's going to be the kick for the FIU UTSA game. If this game between New Mexico and Minnesota somehow is not over by then, they're going to start up FIU versus UTSA on ESPN2. And when this game is actually over, they'll go back to just ESPN. So, which is fair enough, I suppose. But yeah, that's the situation. So I'm just rooting for someone to win right now. Whether New Mexico can hold them here and somehow block a field goal or something, or if Minnesota wins, whatever. Just I need this game to end so that there are no more hiccups. Second and 4 for Minnesota at the 20. 19, actually. Handoff, not going to get there. It's going to be third down. But there is a flag. This a hold? No way. Offside on New Mexico? It is. That's a first down. So 1st and 10 now for the Golden Gophers. Let's go Lobos for the G6. I agree, Dan. It's always funny when these group of 5, group of 6 teams beat the power conference teams. It's pretty funny. Oh, he's going to get him, though. It's a sack. Oh, my. By the way, shout out Daniel. Not going to lie. Kevin and I, it was a hate watch. However, when we saw that Delaware won their bowl game, I was like, there's only one guy from Delaware I want to give a congratulations to, and it's Daniel. So, Daniel, if you're listening to this, GG's. Good job, Blue Hens. It was obviously a great season for them. The fact that they got the invite to a bowl game and made the most of it with a win, very nice. Obviously, it helps the look of Conference USA, something that Kennesaw State forgot to do in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. So anyway, so what is it? It's going to be a handoff that's not even going to be close to the line of game. So it's going to be 3rd and long here for Minnesota. Again, if you've just joined, the First Responder Bowl between FIU and UTSA is now starting at 8:10. If this game between New Mexico and Minnesota continues past 8:10, they're going to move the First Responder Bowl to ESPN2 to start. And when this game, I think it's the Guaranteed Rate Bowl or whatever, when it finally ends, they'll put it back on ESPN. Regardless, if you want to watch it like through the ESPN app, you'll be good to go regardless. So, but if you're watching on the TV, just keep that in mind. Pass to the end zone. He caught it. It's a touchdown. The Gophers have won. What a catch. What a snag. How about that? This coach for Minnesota, I don't know. He's like the opposite of cursed. He always wins these bowl games. Are they going to review this to see if it was a catch, maybe? Oh, my. No, that's a catch. That is a super catch. That was awesome. That was a great game. It feels like most bowl games have been hit or miss, either like incredible games or blowouts. Like, so they're reviewing it. It is under review, but that looked pretty good from my end. No, that ball never touched the ground. No. That ball that is a touchdown. That is a touchdown all day. Granted, this would be, I mean, there's no home field advantage, but I'm assuming there's probably a lot more New Mexico fans here. Just because it's a lot closer. This game's being played at Chase Field, the home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, which is obviously a lot closer to New Mexico than Minnesota. That's a touchdown. This game is over. Tony Ralph on Instagram's asking, is the game delayed? Yes. 8:10 is the start. They had, I guess ESPN had a feeling. Hoing? It's a touchdown. This game's over. All right. So you do not have to adjust your TVs wherever you are. The guarantee the First Responder Bowl will be on ESPN. It's starting at 8:10. No, or is this a yes? Wait. I don't care about the trophy presentation. Get me to the First Responder Bowl, please. Get me to the First Responder Bowl. Hey! Oh, here we go. Okay. So 8:10. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. Then we will get right back here for kickoff between FIU and UTSA. Hopefully it'll be an amazing game. But I'll be right back. All right, we're back. and not a minute too soon as we are getting ready for kickoff here. Here we go. Come on. Here we go. All right, we should be good. Are we good? It's loading. Here we go. Jeff Traylor. This guy's been the coach of UTSA for a few years now. Oh, we have this. The stat broadcast is up and running too. So, all right, ladies and gents, Panther fans, visitors, we are just about set here for the first responder bowl between FIU and UTSA. Thank you for joining me tonight on the final Paws Up watch party of the football season. Hopefully, we can end it off with a bang. Willie Simmons. Oh, any Willie Simmons love, I'm going to appreciate it. You already know. All he does. Oh, he changed his hoodie. It has shotgun on it. Let's go. He had a different hoodie on before the game. This is good. This is what we like to see. Here we go. FIU's going to get the ball first here. Devontae Lyons to the 20, about the 27. Uh-oh. We have kicked off here. 1st and 10. We're gonna see right now who's getting the nod here between FIU and that is Joe Pazanski. So here we go. It's going to be a direct handoff here. Oh, and it's a nice run to start things off already close to midfield. That was a dope play call. It's a direct handoff to Keyshawn Owens. That was sick. Oh, so Keyshawn Jenkins was in there too. So they had both quarterbacks in there. Neither of them actually got the snap. It was Keyshawn. So that was cool. Just obviously the playbook for the offense is going to be wild with things you've never seen before, considering this is, of course, the last game of the season. But here we go. Pazanski, pass up the middle, incomplete, but that's going to be pass interference. No doubt about it. That's going to be an easy call. So yeah, obviously, I think both defenses are super riddled with opt-outs. So this could be a high-scoring game, man. You don't know. But 1st and 10 for FIU. They're at their own 40. Or at the UTSA 40, excuse me. Pazanski's got to move, gets away from one tackler, is going to have to throw it up, and he throws it away. So nice job there to avoid the sack, but it is going to be 2nd and 10 for the Panthers. Swear, Twitter can be so frustrating when you're trying to send stuff quickly. So 2nd and 10 now. Pizanski going to be a handout. No, it's going to be, he's going to keep it. Pizanski rolling right, throwing another flag. We'll see what this is on. We'll see who this is on. And it's going to be holding on UTSA. So already a couple of flags on the Roadrunners has given FIU some it's going to give him some yards here. That's like about how many yards? It's 25 yards already. And there's the hold on Alex Perry, who was grabbing him for quite some time. That's funny because Perry wasn't even involved in the play. He was throwing away from him there. But they will happily take that. 1st and 10 for the Panthers now. Where's this ball going to be at this point? My goodness. So they're at the 30. No way. Okay. That was crazy. They put Christian Langford in at quarterback. C5 with the direct run. He gains 6 yards. The ball comes out, but he was super down by then. Elbows down. The impact actually popped the ball out, so it's not a fumble or anything. All right, Pizanski back in. Let's go. All right, handoff. Or no, play action. Pizanski heaping it, but that's pass is going to be off. Looks like it was intended for, was that Victor? Hang on, I don't want to get that right. Oh, it was JoJo Stone, who he was intended for, but the pass was a little off. So 3rd and 4 here for the Panthers. Hopefully they can get this rolling here against this UTSA defense that the announcers have already been talking about it. They're without a lot of guys. Let's be real here. Third and 4. They're already in field goal range, but I don't think you want to settle for field goals against this team. Pizanski throwing to this middle. It's going to be caught and enough for a first down there. Just enough, as it is going to be Kyle McNeil snagging that. Pass up the middle. They needed 4, and that's exactly what they got. So this drive continues. Awesome. As far as offensive weapons go, pretty much everyone is available for FIU. There are a couple of offensive linemen that won't be playing, and obviously the defense is going to be where there are more questions. But there is still a lot to be decided here. So 1st and 10 for the FIU Panthers here. Going to be pass. Caught! Oh my gosh, what is the ruling here? Kyle McNeil caught it. Got to the end. It's a touchdown! They called it a touchdown! Kyle McNeil gets the ball over the goal line. Now, the ball came out. I'm assuming the ball came out after he was down regardless. So let's take a look here. I think they're gonna have to review this. Oh my gosh, he might be short. He might be like a half yard short. Kyle McNeil, a great effort there. I think his elbow touches the ground, and the ball is like half a yard behind the goal line. I think they're going to take this touchdown off the scoreboard, unfortunately. They're lined up to kick this PAT, but it looks like they're going to keep it. They're going to kick this extra point. It's up. It's good. So the Panthers are up 7-0 to start this game. Kyle McNeil with a monster catch, and I guess he extended and got that touchdown. from the one angle they showed, it looked like he was like a half yard short, but I will not complain. All right, so the Panthers are up 7-0. We're 12 minutes and change in the first quarter, 12-17 to be specific. Great start on offense there. They were clicking on all cylinders, not to mention UTSA was being a little silly with the penalties. Now we're going to get our first look at Owen McCown and this high-powered UTSA offense. Now, all you need to know about their quarterback, Owen McCown, is that he's the son of Josh McCown, who I think spent a couple of seasons with the Dolphins, funny enough. I think I remember McCown most being on the Cleveland Browns, but still, NFL quarterback. That's what I need to know. So, FIU is missing a lot of guys in the secondary and safeties. Mr. Clark, Brian Blades, just to name a couple. It's going to be, it might be rough out there. We'll see. But I know UTSA is missing some guys too. So we'll see. Coach No Ceilings on Instagram says, let's go 5. Bijan Owens. You better believe he'll want to have a monster game. But I mean, so far the offense on that first drive, they were clicking, which is great to see. UTSA looked like they definitely are missing a bunch of players on offense. Or on okay. That's a new Dr. Pepper commercial, I think. All right. 3 quarterbacks is unorthodox, but that was a good first drive. Yes, it was a great first drive. They obviously wanted to catch UTSA off guard there to start this game off, and mission accomplished. But so who started this game? Technically, it was Joe Pazansky and Keywan Jenkins. But it looks like it's going to primarily be Keywan Pazansky moving forward in this game, which is kind of what I wanted. So I digress. Yeah, Keywan said not a touchdown, but we'll take it. Yeah, I agree. They're talking about it. The announcers are talking about this, how it's not the right call. And I'm listen, I love FIU, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like they got the call right because they clearly didn't. Whatever. We move on. Touchback. So we got the Bowl Challenge Cup. The USA has been pretty mixed in the bowl games so far. They've won. They currently won more than they've lost, but yeah, Conference USA currently 3-2, American 0-3. Is that right? Because Pac-12 is 1-0 because Oregon State didn't even get to a bowl game, so they might just win this out of percentage. Oh, Henderson with a run here. Going to be a first down immediately for the Roadrunners. This is a fast offense UTSA has. Obviously, you have McCown, who's a solid passer, but they also got a pretty scary running game as well. 1,000-yard rusher, and I think McCown has thrown over 2,000 yards passing, or at least very close to it. I think, or maybe it was 1,700. I'm not sure. But they're missing people too, man. So we'll see what happens here. McCown. Quick check down. That was 2nd and 4, by the way. He's going to get the first down now, though, to the, I want to say about the 37. And they're going quickly here. Johnny Chaney being an impact player sounds about right. He was also a captain for this game. So first and 10 for UTSA. They're at their, I think they're 37. All right. Handoff. Fake reverse. Looks like he's going to throw. And that pass was batted away, incomplete. Great job there on defense to bat that down. It's going to be interesting to see who they bring in secondary-wise for this game. Looks like it was a Bobby Sala. Maybe I think it was Sala with the pressure. Didn't see who got the deflection there, or just the coverage. All right, 2nd and 10 now. McCown, he's going to run, and he's going to get no yards out of that. He might have lost a yard, as a matter of fact. This could be 3rd and 11, if not 3rd and 10. Okay. They have I guess they have a tight ends coach calling his first play. 3rd and 11. See what they do here, man. McCown rolling back. He's got time. No, he doesn't. But he might run here. We'll see. Yeah, he's going to take off. Try to do. Oh my God! Gets absolutely destroyed. Antonio Patterson absolutely lit up McCown. I think it's a clean hit. I think. That's a clean hit. Used his shoulder. McCown was in the midst of a spin move, but wow, that was incredible. That's not targeting. No way in hell that's targeting. That's just a clean hit. And UTSA is going to have to punt. Oh my God, what a hit. You know, even if they wanted to go for it, if it was 4th and 3, in theory, they could have gone for it. They wouldn't have even had McCown because his helmet came off. This is going to be, it looks like it's going to be a nice three. Oh my God, he's going to break a tackle to the 50. Oh my God, to the 40, 30, no flag, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Panthers on the punt return. Oh my God, McGuire Anderson. Oh my gosh, 97 yards. Oh my God, no flags. Oh my gosh. That started at like the 5-yard line. Oh my God. McGuire Anderson with the touchdown of his life. And the blocking was beautiful. But McGuire Anderson, holy crap. Oh, there's an injured Roadrunner, though. Oh. You hate to see that. Did I just see that? Oh my God. You got to be kidding me. I thought he was going to fair catch it, and this drive would have to start at like the 5 or 6 yard line. I want to see a slow motion, 120 frames per second replay of that touchdown, because holy crap, that was unbelievable. This Roadrunner is still down, which obviously you hate to see. I mean, this could be a potential NFL player, you know? It sucks that you have to go out like that. He's up. Slow, and looks like he's gonna need some help. Is it It looks like there's something wrong with one of his legs, unfortunately. Right. Where was it? Oh, no. Don't tell me. No, that wasn't it. Oh, no. Oh, this could be a bad injury for him. This other UTSA player was rolled right into him to his, I think, his left leg. Sorry, he's walking off the field with the help of a couple of guys. He is putting pressure on both of his legs, though, which is nice. Um, I don't know if he's going to be able to play the rest of this game. Probably not, but anyway, here's Noah Grant for the extra point. Wow. Kick is up and it is good. 14-0. 97-yard run for McGuire Anderson. They were at the 3, the 3-yard line. That's, oh my God, is that a record too? Are they saying this is the longest run in FIU since the T.Y. Hilton era? Oh my God. I mean, it can't get much longer, right? Oh my God. All right. What a start. Our Paws Up group chat's going crazy right now. All right. Amazing start here for FIU. That is, they looked great on offense. They did their job on defense, and special teams wise, forget about it. Wow. What a start. Already a pretty eventful game. And we're like, there's still a lot of time to go in the first quarter. We're already up 14-0. Now, this game is far from over, but UTSA is going to have to answer on offense. Because if you give the ball back to FIU, who knows what they can do? And if they go up by more than 2 touchdowns, it's going to be a long road for the Panthers. Or the Roadrunners, I should say. So we'll see what goes on here, man. I hate these Liberty Mutual commercials. Oh, this was that thing they did, I think, on the first night. It's like a combination of football and bowling. Is it foaling? Maybe that was it. Yeah, foaling. That's not folding. That is cornhole. All right, here we go. So McCown and the UTSA defense are going to get the ball back here. First of all, we'll see how McCown's doing after he took that shot that sent his helmet flying. Okay. Fair catch at the 5-yard line. That's cool. ROTC stuff. That's nice. No, this is a very like American heavy a very American oriented sponsor we have with Serve Pro here, and like the first responders being, the first responders to, emergencies and stuff. So hopefully they have some cool celebrations going on during the game. Certainly love to see it. That is McCown. Going to be a pitch out to his right, and it's going to be enough for the first down. Was he out of bounds? Yeah, he was out of bounds. Oh, he was actually short there, so it's going to be second and uno. So we'll march on here. McCown. Fake out here. Oh my God, McCown's going deep. It's going to be caught to the, I think around the 25-yard line. So quick FI or UTSA moving the ball here pretty quickly. Shoot. And that's what a secondary with a lot of missing players happens. And it's going to be another quick catch to the 10-yard line. All of a sudden, UTSA moving the ball quickly here. First and goal. Jeez. First and goal already for UTSA here. McCown. Handoff. Going to be immediately wrapped up there by FIU. I think it's they say Zion Chapman. It looked like Jermaine Carter. Or no, it was Chapman. Okay. Second and goal now for UTSA. McCown's quick slide pass out, and it's gonna be they're gonna get close there. Oh, he's gonna be down at about 2 or 3 yard line, so it's gonna be third and short. They're missing a couple of guys. A slot receiver, I think a back is also third and goal here for UTSA. If the defense can make a stop here, force a field goal, maybe. We'll see what happens here. Handoff. He's in. Touchdown, Roadrunners. Well, they made it look easy there on that drive, unfortunately. Unfortunate. Well, I mean, all right. Listen, were we going to shut out UTSA? Hell no. But their offense did look good on that drive, though. Extra points good, so it's all right. 14-7. 6:36 to go in the first. FIU still has the lead, but the offense will want to answer to get that back up to a 2-point or a 2-possession lead. I mean, if you were wondering how beat up FIU. Well, not even it's not even injury related, but how many holes FIU's defense has in the secondary. That deep ball should explain it pretty effortlessly there. It was a great drive by UTSA. Ugh. Ugh. New Mexico. What? Why is there a New Mexico commercial? There, neither team. What? Huh? Whatever. Big response from UTSA. I agree, but like, to think you'd be able to shut him out is kind of ridiculous. UTSA is a good team. They're here for a reason. At UTSA's highest point this season, they beat Tulane, who obviously win the conference and go to the CFP. But they also had some bad losses too along the way. So I don't know. But again, they're down so many players on both sides of the ball. It's going to be interesting to see, especially at a halftime, because I do want to see how FIU can come back at a halftime and fix whatever they need to fix. And obviously, the big thing that the Panthers might need to fix right now, at least so far, is in the secondary. They can't have blown plays like that. Deep shots like that from the Roadrunners. They can't keep that up. We march on here. Here we go. They're gonna kick off again. Let's see if they're gonna send it back to McGuire Anderson here. Ooh, the Pop Tarts Bowl. Gonna have to keep an eye on that one. Touchback, 25-yard line. So okay. I guess these are the bowl games Saturday. So tomorrow, Penn State Clemson. That should be a good one. Georgia Tech BYU in the Pop Tarts Bowl, and I didn't see what the last one is, but I'm sure it's going to be pretty good. Pop Tarts Bowl. It's fun. At this point, it's probably the biggest bowl game that's not a New Year's bowl. I can't think of a bigger one, to be honest. Anyway, here we go. Pizanski. Yes, time. Throws it away. Pizanski is okay there. He was hit there, but he avoided the sack. He threw it away, which is great. Yep. That was cool. 2nd and 10. All right, let's see what they elect to do here on 2nd and 10. Pizanski, play action, pass. Oh my goodness. Went by Alex Perry. Chapman for UTSA. I think he got a hand on it. Let's see. But just like that, FIU staring down a 3rd and 10 here. So FIU staring down a 3rd and 10 here. Let's see what they can do. First down here would go pretty crazy, not going to lie, because he definitely, after what we just saw UTSA's offense do a little bit earlier. All right, Pizanski rolling. Gets by 1. He's not going to get away. It's a sack. That was a bad offensive drive there. That was bad. It's going to be a punt. And FIU or UTSA should get, I would think, decent field position here. We'll have to see. Big sack there. So the first drive, the offense looks sharp, thanks in part to Sam Houston's defense, or I'm sorry, UTSA's defense committing a few penalties to help them. But now we have to punt it away. It's going to be caught at the 40, tackled at around the 48. So the Roadrunners are already close to midfield here. Yikes. Should be a couple of good games here this Sunday since they're talking about the NFL right now. Unfortunately, that's the Monday night game. It's not that great. Rams should probably roll the Falcons on Monday night, but I did not need to hear that about Buffalo. Speaking of Buffalo, that's one of the non-conference opponents FIU will play next season. The Buffalo Bulls of the MAC, who I think also had a decent season this year. Handoff, shakes one tackler, not going to get by the next. That's a gain of about 5 or 6. They're going to say 6. So 2nd and 4. So FIU's non-conference schedule this season is going to be an FCS team, who we don't know yet, FAU, Florida Atlantic, over in Boca Raton, USF, which I think is going to be the second game this season, in Tampa. That should be a fun road trip. And then Buffalo at home. So screen pass out, going to be a first down here for UTSA. Offense is clicking right now for the Roadrunners. This game's kind of, I'd like to say it's moving a little slowly. I mean, there's been a lot of scoring, which has inevitably stopped the clock. 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting here for another handoff. It's going to be a reverse here. Out to 23 for UTSA. 20-10. Touchdown UTSA. They're an extra point away from tying this game up. Wow. Wow. The Roadrunners looked really, really good on these last couple of drives on offense. And just like that, this game is going to be tied, pending the extra point. We were warned about Will Henderson III from, I think, the Hail Married podcast. The defense has had no answers for the Roadrunners these last couple of drives, which is crazy because it looked like, because they locked them down on the first drive. I get they got a first down, maybe a couple, but wow. So we have a completely different ball game. We were up 14, and now it's a tie game. 4 minutes, 15 seconds to go. We need the offense to just answer here. Not much to say. Yikes. All right. Wow. Very young Lincoln Riley. What a journey. Oh my God, it's an onside kick. Flag on the play. They did not get to it, though. Holy crap, a surprise onside kick. Okay, so it's a penalty on UTSA. Wow. That was a good call, honestly, for a surprise onside kick. It went the 10 yards, but it went out of bounds before anyone even touched it. That's a flag. So FIU is going to start this drive with excellent field position. They might already be past midfield. I did, you know what? I didn't expect it, but I completely understand. That was a great call. Yeah, they're at the 47. So they got to make the most of this opportunity for sure. Keyshawn Owens handoff gains a couple of yards there. Should be 3, most likely. That was it. Was that? Yeah, it was Keyshawn. I mean, Kevin and I were talking about it in the Paws preview. A hefty amount of Keyshawn Owens is what we're expecting tonight. You'll throw in Anthony Carey here and there, depending on the result. Maybe a bit of Sterling, but there should be a lot of Keyshawn Owens guiding the offense. 2nd and 8 officially. Pazanski. Oh my gosh, and he's just a live ball. They said it. Oh my gosh. Pazanski was hit immediately, got the ball out. But we don't know what the ruling is here. They're going to say incomplete. So already it's going to be 3rd down immediately. There has been nothing but pressure in Pazanski's face these last couple of drives. Wow. Offensive line needs to figure this out. That needs to be another thing they need to adjust badly. Third and 8 officially. Going to be a handoff to Owens, and it's going to be well short. It's going to be 4th. I'm assuming they're going to go for it here. It's 4th and 5. I guess you're technically in what, no man's land, where you obviously can't go for a field goal, and this is going to be a gamble here for this FIU offense, but they need to wake up. They were just gifted excellent field position. To punt it away here right now would be a disservice to that. Here we go. 4th and 5. Pazanski. Pass out, and it's going to be intercepted. Oh, that's going to be I mean, interception, incompletion wouldn't really change much. It was 4th down, and it wasn't a 1st down. So FIU fumbles, not figuratively, not literally, but FIU fumbles the excellent field position off of the failed fake punt or fake onside kick from UTSA. It's so back-to-back drives on offense, which were absolutely awful for FIU, and they can't bring down the receiver. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a big pickup here. Already to the FIU 40, and he's tackled out of bounds. They're begging for a flag, and I think Did he throw it? I don't know if he threw it or not. I don't think a flag was thrown there for the what UTSA would want is a late hit bounce. Um, look at this. Is that Levels who couldn't bring him down? Oh, geez. And then as he gets to the 40, he's escorted out of bounds and he was eventually dropped. And you can make the case that was late, but whatever. It's 1st and 10, regardless. That pass is immediately incomplete. So great. So, all right. Shocker. That it was the first time in these last couple of drives that the defensive line really put some heat on McCown. And what did he do? He immediately threw it away for his first incompletion of the day, nonetheless. Under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. We have a tie ball game here. FIU scored 14 straight to begin this game, the first being a passing touchdown, and then the second being a kick return touchdown, or I should say punt return touchdown from McGuire Anderson. But UTSA has scored 14 unanswered points to tie this game as the Roadrunners take a timeout here. On a 2nd and 10, they're going to take a timeout, discuss things, I guess. These last few drives have been disastrous for FIU. I mean, to go up 14 to nothing like that so quickly, you thought there'd be a chance they could start to roll, but that has not been the case here. Kevin's texted me. He said they might have to roll out Kewan Jenkins soon. I don't know. We'll continue on here anyways. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 10 now. McCown throwing left. It's going to be caught. Some nice moves there from the receiver to get by a pair of tacklers. It's taking a bunch of Panthers just to bring him down. It's a first down. When McCown's throwing inside, up the middle, there is nothing this FIU defense can do right now to stop him. Play action, McCown pressured, and he's going to be taken down for a sack. Finally, a good play by the FIU defense. I believe that is Quaylen Hill with the play there. Great move by him to finally bring him down. Finally, a positive play by this FIU defense. They're going to need the trenches. They're going to need to win this battle in the trenches badly if the secondary, who is missing a lot of key players, is going to give up this many big plays up the middle. Whether they're passes, whether it's screen passes or slants, everything is going right for McCown passing-wise. This is going to be a handoff, and I thought he was going to get away from another tackler, but he didn't. It's a gain of about 2. So it's going to be 3rd and long here. Third and long for the – oh, boy, there might be a Panther hurt. Oh, no. Zion Chapman not getting up. Zion Chapman was already having a good game, was having a good start to this game, and now he can't get up. Oh, boy. All right, he's up. Oh, and he's walking under his own power. He's actually jogging under his own power. So hopefully this isn't too bad for Zion here. Hopefully whatever Chapman's dealing with, it's not too bad. I guess he's going to have to enter the blue tent here. Okay, 3rd and 12 for UTSA here. I'd be interested if actually, they don't even need to run a play here. They could just take this to the second quarter. They don't need to run a play. The game clock is at 22, and the play clock's at 26. They don't need to run a play, but we'll see here. 3rd and 12. They are going to run a play. McCown has time, pressured again. He's going to have to run, but is he going to get there? Fakes for a second, loses the ball, gets it back. And it's going to be where they marked the ball. It's going to be short. He just lost the ball. Nothing hit him. He just lost the football. End of the first quarter, and I have no idea where the ball actually ended up here. Oh, my gosh. Okay, it says 4th and 5 on the stat broadcast. So here we go. End of the first quarter. We're all tied up. I'm going to take a quick break and then get back for the second quarter here. Hopefully FIU can turn things around here. But I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching the watch party so far. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Second quarter is about to begin. UTSA is staring down a 4th and 5 as they look to potentially take the lead here. They are on. I don't know where even is the ball on. They're okay. They're in the red zone right now. So hopefully FIU can at least stop them here, force a field goal. Oh, we're hearing from Willie Simmons. That was a very quick interview, but okay, sure. Oh, they're not even going to go for it here. They're just going to kick the field goal. So it's a 37-yarder. I mean, good job by the defense to at least not allow another freaking touchdown. The kick is up and it's good. So UTSA has taken the lead 17-14. And that's 17 unanswered for the Roadrunners. Okay. FIU needs to slow down, and as far as the offense goes, more than anything, just give Kazansky enough time in the pocket to make plays happen. I know FIU wants to get the run game going. I know. We all know. You, yes, you watching this, even if you don't know, you know that FIU wants the running game to get going here with Keyshawn Owens, like they have plenty of times this season. When things have gone wrong for FIU's offenses in some of their losses, like to Delaware and UConn, at least you had guys like Keyshawn Owens who have been a breath of fresh air, you know? So they need to get him rolling here badly. But if you want Pizanski to pass, that's fine. He's a great passer. But every other play, he is getting peppered. I think he's only been sacked once. He probably should have been sacked 3 or 4 times by now, but he's been just quick enough to get the ball out of the field of play for incompletions instead of sacks. And this game would be a whole lot worse right now if that was the case. Was not the case. So, I mean, Kevin was texting me earlier and said maybe they need to think about putting in Key Washington, to be honest. And I don't hate that decision. I think you're definitely going to need more than just like 2 or 3 drives to see if that's really the case. But here we go. Pizanski is in, so they're not going to go away from the Holy P just yet. First and 10 from the 25. Pizanski, handoff to Owens. Owens gets by one tackler. A beautiful spin move to get by him. Or is that, this might be Anthony Carey, actually. Is it? Yes, that's Anthony Carey in the game at running back for FIU. I'm telling you, they're number 5 and number 6. It's hard to figure out who's who at times. The only hint a few games is that a lot of times Carey would have a 1 or 2 mouthpieces hanging off his face mask, and that'd be like, okay, that's Carey. I don't think that's the case tonight, though, so we'll see here. But that was a 3-yard pickup for Carey. 2nd and 7 now for the FIU Panthers. It's going to be another handoff to Carey. Spin move, but he's not going to get by anyone there, and as a matter of fact, he's going to lose a yard. So it's going to be 2nd and 8, or 3rd and 8. Back-to-back running plays for this drive is certainly interesting, not going to lie. In case you couldn't tell, I'm getting slightly impatient here. The offense needs to wake up. I think both times, well, they're going to have to pass here. 3rd and 7. We need a spark here on offense badly. Pizanski rolling, gets the pass out, throwing towards the middle of the field, and oh my God, the receiver got a hand on it, but couldn't haul it in. That was Kenny Williams, who the pass was intended for, and it's another 3 and out for FIU. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Listen, I don't hate throwing deep here because Pizanski can do it, but it's 3rd and 7. Get the first down. You've punted 2 times in a row. This is going to be a false start on FIU. The FIU offense looks completely lost these last couple of drives. I genuinely would not be shocked if this is it for Pizanski, which would suck. But ever since that first drive, which was assisted by a pair of penalties by UTSA, this offense has been stagnant for FIU. And I don't even know how much blame I can necessarily put on Joe Pizanski when every other time he decides, hey, I want to pass, there's a UTSA defender in his face. Ricardo says, hang on. I'm gonna. Oh wait. Oh yeah. I was messaging Ricardo, but I realized I think he's at the watch party at the Chili's at GC. So you, sir, Ricardo, are a trooper. I needed to vent here on WhatsApp for a second. Ricardo was like, I might need to put in key one, but like it doesn't matter when the quarterback has no time to throw the football. Oh, and of course, Kevin's like, it does matter. Lamau. Keywan Jenkins can do anything he wants to unless he has zero point 0.2 milliseconds to stand in the pocket and do something when a UTSA defender's on his ass. Granted, has Pizanski looked amazing so far? No. But, I personally, I don't know who else. I don't know if Jenkins can be any better than Pizanski. And if that's the case, you have nobody else to go for here. I don't know. Here's the good news. We've talked a lot about FIU and what they're best at. As of late, as of November, I think one of the best things FIU is adjusting out of halftime. If you can go into halftime down 17-14 or something similar, I feel great about FIU coming out of that because this whole month of November, they have prioritized adjustments coming out of halftime, and they have nailed it in some of their biggest games of the season against Liberty and Jacksonville State and Middle Tennessee to an extent. They didn't have to adjust against Sam Houston State. They were killed by halftime. So we'll have to wait and see. And it doesn't help that the defense is not doing great for FIU. And I was telling the Hail Mary podcast, this was kind of to be expected with how many people are out for FIU on defense. But we'll see what they can do here. 1st and 10. Nice run up the middle for a gain of about 5 or 6 by Henderson, who already has a touchdown today. Just under 13 minutes here in the just under 13. Oh my gosh, it's Josh McCown. Quick. Oh my gosh. And the thing is, UTSA is doing hurry up offense too. This FIU's defense is getting gassed every drive, and it looks like that's about to happen here. It's like an immediate first down for UTSA, and they are moving quickly here. 1st and 10 to go, 12:36. McCown has time in the pocket, throwing deep. Oh my gosh, and it's an incomplete pass, but there's a flag. Some FIU defender absolutely smashed the UTSA receiver, and that's a defenseless receiver. So he's going to get flagged. That's I believe an unsportsmanlike 15 yards. Or a pass interference. Damn. Okay. Same thing. Like it's Ashton Levels. Ashton Levels has not had a great game so far. So the flag is not on the hit, which I think was from Bobby Saleh. It's actually Ashton Levels before the hit. I thought the hit in question from Saleh was bad. But whatever. It's still a first down. McCown going deep, right side of the field, pass is incomplete. UTSA receiver got a hand on it, but even if he came down with that, I think he would have been out of bounds anyway. So, uh-oh. Do we have our first guest of the night?
Hey, what's up, Jake?
Oh, it's Ricardo.
How's it
Do you hear me well, Ricardo?
I hear a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty loud here. Loud TV.
So take me through it. You're at the Chili's at GC for the watch party.
Yeah, Chili's GC.
Now, listen, I think it's cool that there is a watch party on campus because, like, the rest of the university is closed now, right?
Yeah, it's like probably like 100-some people here. I got a towel.
100?
Yeah, we got free appetizers, free drinks, giveaways.
Oh, I saw it. You were one of the first people there. You got some free food, didn't you?
I got some. Yeah, I got a little bit of food. Yeah, it was good. Some egg rolls, chips.
Holding penalty on UTSA here. That'll push him back. But Ricardo, talk to me, man. Talk about this season for FIU. You've been to, out of the 6 home games, I want to say you've been to about 4?
Yeah, I went to I think I went to 3 or 4 of them, yeah.
Moral of the story, you've been to some of the biggest ones, like the FAU, and of course I know you were there for that. And,
yeah, FAU, yeah. That was a nice win.
Wait, so hang on. So you went to, I'm trying to get my memory right. You were at Bethune-Cookman, you were at FAU, and you were there for Delaware too, right?
No, I wasn't for that one, no.
Okay. Were you there for Kennesaw State, Vice Night?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Okay, so you're at 3. Liberty and Jack State?
No, I didn't go. Yeah, so I was at 3.
Okay, you were at 3. And still, I think you picked some pretty interesting ones. But what's crazy is that the first 2 ones you were at, Bethune-Cookman and FAU, both huge delays from rain. Like, my gosh, I remember those rain delays vividly, Ricardo. And it were really hurting you because you were on the field, right? So
yeah,
you were getting wet out there.
Yeah. I don't know what happened here. I think the lights went off real quick.
Yeah, I was looking. I was like, that was interesting. So for those that don't know, Ricardo is a member of Lemon City Life and the Paws team. He's done a bunch of articles for basketball currently, and obviously he's helped us out with football at the games he's been a photographer who's taken photos and videos for us that we post on social media. So, Ricardo, just talk a bit about that experience. This was your first year doing that for football. How was it? Yeah,
it was great getting to be on the field up close, near the players, the coaches, all the FIU staff, photographers, regular fans. You know, it's a pretty cool experience.
What would you say was your favorite thing to that you had a chance to record?
All touchdowns were good. I caught some good catches. I was lucky enough. I was hoping. Was there
a play where a player saw you record and was like he did something in front of you? Was did a celly in front of you? Did you actually have that happen?
Oh year? yeah. I got some cellies for sure.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
I know you've been working close with Seb, aka Sports with Seb, for the games you were at. So we've basically had 2 content creators at each FIU game. So you've been busy. Keep it real. You've been busy.
Yeah. I've been busy in a good way.
So alrighty then. Just what are your thoughts on the season and how it's gone so far? You were there for some highs, you were there for some lows, but at the end of the day, Ricardo, we're in a bowl game right now. Which did you think we'd even be in that spot before the season began?
I don't know. With the new coach, with Simmons, I thought they were gonna be better than expected. I thought around six wins, would have been fair, but 7 is even better. I still think we have a shot today with the bowl game.
Yeah. I think so too. I think definitely. There's a whole second half of football.
Yeah.
Left.
Yeah, they need to clean up the offensive line issues. It's been pretty dead after that return.
What was the vibe after that? After that punt return touchdown, that place was blowing up, I assume.
Yeah, we had all the momentum, but then we quickly gave it away.
So hang on, are there cheerleaders there? Like what's going on at the Chili's? Like during commercials and stuff, what's going on?
I mean, people were hyped earlier. Now it's kind of people are just talking here.
Getting a little weird.
Can
you give us like
Can
you give us a panoramic view of the Chili's here, real quick?
What's that?
Give us like a panoramic view of the Chili's.
Let me see.
Okay. Nice. Oh, you're at the bar. Smart man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Looking pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. So hang on.
Yeah.
Seriously, I gotta know what motivated you to drive all the way there.
I mean, I don't live that far away, but I wanted to come to a watch party.
Wait, so are you closer to MMC than the Twin Peaks and Doral?
No, I'm actually closer to Twin Peaks, but I was like, let me go on campus,
Oh,
haven't been to GC in a while.
By the way, I think I have a shirt for you, right? Hang on, let me check.
Oh yeah, Rory.
Oh, look at this shirt.
Oh yeah.
Has Ricardo's name on it. This was a giveaway at a basketball game. I want to say a year ago. Maybe it was 2 years ago. I don't really remember.
Oh wow.
That's basically been collecting dust in my closet. So wanted to give it away. Ricardo called dibs.
Yeah.
So, you don't need the Vice shirt, right? You got the Vice shirt at the Vice game, yeah?
Yeah, I got the Vice shirt.
You even helped out somebody else, right? That's a crazy story. You helped out somebody also with the Vice shirt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that Vice shirt is a really good shirt. I can't remember how many they gave away, but people made a line for that shirt. Might have been
Alrighty then. What's the craziest thing you would do to celebrate if FIU were to win tonight?
Oh, wow. I don't even know. I'll just maybe drink something afterwards. But, yeah,
okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
11, by the way, UTSA is going for it. They are. McCown, oh my gosh. McCown throwing up the middle, caught first down. God darn it.
Oh, 4th and 11. Wow.
How far am I super far ahead of you guys, or is it about the same?
Probably just a little bit.
Okay.
Not too much.
I'm always curious about that. I just wanted to make sure. For example,
yeah.
I'll let you know as soon as the 1st and 10 here. I'll let you know as soon as the play is snapped here, so you get an idea.
Oh yeah, see how many seconds you're all right.
And snapped right now. McCown. Oh my God, it's a fumble! Oh my gosh, it was a botched handoff. Who's got the ball?
There we go. Come on.
Who's got the ball? FIU's pointing that it's to the Panthers.
Hope it's FIU. Oh, I think it's 2nd down.
Oh,
yeah, they recovered it.
That would have been the break FIU needed to turn this game
around.
On
defense, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I think looking at the replay, I definitely think McCown got that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're like a second ahead of me in the live coverage.
Okay.
Not much.
2nd and 14 now.
Wow.
McCown throw into the end zone. Touchdown.
Yeah, he got it.
I hear the people in the background, Ricardo.
Yeah, it's tough. Some people started leaving already. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Look, let's keep things positive here, Ricardo. I know you've been doing some FIU basketball coverage as well. Talk about what's that been like. These are your first FIU basketball games you've covered in person, yeah, this season?
For women's, yeah. I remember men's. I know I did a couple last year.
Are you going to go to any men's basketball games coming up? I know there's a few.
Yeah. On Sunday, first game against Liberty.
That's the first CUS game. Okay,
first conference game, yeah. It's going to be good.
I know you just dropped that article about the new head coach for
volleyball. Yeah, it's the first volleyball article I've done.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So,
I wish I could.
All right, then, Ricardo. We'll let you go here, but thanks for hopping on real quick. And always, we're appreciative of the work you've done for us,
sure.
man.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, it's good to see you, my friend.
All right, take care.
That was my good friend and a valued member of Lemon City Live and the Paws Up podcast, Ricardo, who unfortunately had to witness a touchdown for UTSA as they now lead by 10, with the Roadrunners having scored 24 unanswered points. Since FIU scored, ever since that punt return touchdown for McGuire Anderson, this game has been nothing short of a disaster for the Panthers. And now here comes a big question of does Willie Simmons and Nick Coleman, who is the OC, do they pull the trigger and take Joe Pizanski out of this game? Because for as bad as the defense has been looking, and I'm not going to say justifiably, but keep in mind, I think they're missing 4 or 5 players in the secondary. That was kind of to be expected. The offense would have some hiccups. The offense, however, or the defense would be a little behind. The offense, however, I don't know. I think Kevin and I were both in agreement that Pizanski should be the guy to start this game. But ever since that first drive, I'm having regrets. ENNK1_1 on Instagram said, "What's your prediction for the game, Jake?" I predicted an FIU win, but I am getting worried. Oh, that was a dot from McCown to that receiver, by the way, for the touchdown. Got the foot in. How much time's left to go in the second quarter? I got to get the halftime stuff ready. All right, 9:42 to go in the second. Let's get this. Oh my gosh! And that was off a fumble too. That was off a negative play for FAU or for UTSA. And what do they do immediately after? Send one to the end zone, and it works out in their favor. You know, that's the way this game has gone after that punt return touchdown. I swear. I actually agree with the announcer here saying that they need more KJ Owens work. All right, Pizanski is still in the game. It looks like Simmons in the offense is trusting Joe, at least for the rest of the first half, to get something going here. Really hoping that the that Pizanski can prove me wrong, because I am starting to have doubts about him, man. This is not good. But here we go. 1st and 10 from the 25. Handoff. No, play action. Pass was batted. Incomplete. I thought for a split second it was actually picked off there, but it wasn't. It was batted down. Lord. That was a great play by number 0 there, who just jumped up and batted it down, man. I don't know what to say. I guess they are kind of overusing Joe Pizanski passing-wise so far. Where's this running game that I was giving so much faith to? They're hardly going to it. And they might not go to it here because it's 2nd and 10. They will. Owens, nice breakaway there to get as much yards as he did, but it's going to be about 3rd and 5, maybe 3rd and 4, and another 3rd down. Oh, but look at this. FIU is upping the tempo here. They're not going to spend any time around here. They're going fast. Quick pass out to the left. Caught by Alex Perry, and he's going to get enough for the 1st down, I think. Depends on where the officials put this ball, but I think Perry got there. 1st down. Okay. Look at that. So FIU just took a page out of UTSA's playbook and are doing hurry up offense now, which I don't hate because they need something to change here. And if going quick tempo is going to be an answer, then you know what? By all means, go for it. I have to remember, by the way, Keyshawn Owens has the red mouth guard connected to the face mask. So just make a mental note. All right, play action. Pizanski throwing deep. And that's a flag. That is a pass interference all day of the week. I think that's who is the intended receiver there? That was Kyle McNeil, who was just absolutely taken down before the ball got there. That's a good call. Chapman already has 2 flags on defense for UTSA. And clear as day, he doesn't look back to see where McNeil is. You could arguably get both guys there for PI, but they got the guy that literally ran into and tripped McNeil, which I think is the right call. So FIU's at midfield now. They really have to make something out of this. They already had the ball at midfield after the fake onside kick and did nothing with that. Pizanski, now he has time in the pocket, rolling to his right. He might just hold on to this. No, he's going to pass, and it's going to be caught. How about that? No, they rolled it incomplete. It looked like he came down with it, but the ball must have hit the ground at some point during that. I think it was Eric Nelson, the intended receiver. That would have been a nice catch, but it wasn't meant to be. 8:26 to go in the second quarter. Pizanski hopefully is starting to click here. We'll have to wait and see. It feels like every big play downfield for FIU on offense has been assisted by a penalty on UTSA. Handoff on 2nd and 10. Great move by Owens to get by the first tackler. Doesn't get by the last. So it's going to be 3rd and short here at the 1-yard line. If he got by that final defender for UTSA, which grabbed him by the legs, it would have been a hefty pickup before the secondary would have gotten to him. I digress. Hurry up offense now. 3rd and 1. Handoff back to Owens. 1st down. Move the chains. FIU's offense is starting to cook here. They're going to an up-tempo offense, and it's actually working quite well. So maybe this is what the FIU offense needed to wake up a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. But this is a good change of pace. First and 10. 7:36 to go in this game and dropping. FIU's now at the UTSA 40. Going to be another handoff here, and Owens is leveled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about 3 yards there. Owens took a big hit. He took a big hit. They're saying it's only a loss of a yard, and I think that's being generous. He took a big hit there. Second and 11 officially. Pizanski holds on to it, and he's going to haul ass here. Pizanski gets close. The refs are going to put him 3 yards shy of the line to gain there. Good effort there. He dove for it, but was escorted out of bounds, as they say. He did take a big hit there. Wow, looking at the replay, that could have been a late hit on UTSA. Granted, maybe that's a turnabout fair play thing here because I recall FIU getting away with the same thing earlier in this game. Just saying. 3rd and 3. Handoff, tripped up, going to lose a yard. It's going to be 4th and 4. Just when you think they've established the running game, something bad happens, man. Let's see what they want to do here. Is this part of that so-called gray area where they don't trust their kicker? They're at the 34-yard line, so it might not be. Well, the first time they went for it on 4th down, Pizanski threw a pick. We'll see what happens this time, but it looks like they are really going to go here. 4th and 4. I thought UTSA was offsides. Pizanski is sacked. Ball's thrown, though. Batted around, and it falls incomplete. I could have sworn there was a UTSA player offsides there. We need to see. Look at either that one corner for UTSA made a god tier move to the line as soon as like the millisecond, the frame, the ball snapped, or if that's a plain offside ball that was missed. Regardless, it's a turnover on downs. So oh my God. Okay, 1st and 10. McCown throwing to his right, caught, shimmies a tackler. Nice pickup, about 8 or 9 there. Once again, FIU offense gets to midfield and starts to falter. 2nd and 1 now. McCown, plenty of time in the pocket, going deep, pass is overthrown. Kind of a rare occurrence tonight so far for McCown. It's 3rd and 1. I'm assuming they're going to hand the ball off here. Look at the last 4 drives for UTSA. Touched. Oh, they're going to tush push. They got. Sure hate to be on the receiving end of that, huh? It's a 1st down. Let's just hurry up here. 4 minutes, 30 seconds and dropping. First and 10, McCown. I was sending a text there in the meantime. Pass is caught short, but it's going to be another 2nd and short. This might be 2nd and 2, maybe even 1. Hurry up offense. Surprise here for UTSA, but Second and 1 officially. At this point, man, FIU needs something to happen, a miracle to happen on defense right now to slow down UTSA, but they're not going to get it there. It's another 1st down. UTSA is likely going to close out this half on offense. I don't even know if their FIU is going to even get another shot here to get the ball. Another snap. Handoff. Gain of a couple. I really don't like the FIU players celebrating after these tackles because of the direction this game has gone since that punt return touchdown, man. Actually, I don't even know if Kevin's going to be able to hop on here for the halftime and postgame. I'll send the link his way, but I'm not sure if he'll even be able to do that. All right. Oh, he dropped the ball there. That was a forward pass. That's incomplete. The receiver who dropped the ball immediately went towards it thinking maybe it was a backward pass. It wasn't. It's going to be 3rd and long, and it's like the first time this drive, it's going to be 3rd and long. The other few times it was 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1. That tush push really got me there. Oh, brother. Can you hop on halftime? Third and 8. UTSA's at their own 40. I would assume we'll have to see what happens here. No assumptions. McCown gets it. Throwing right. It's caught. Oh my God. It's another first down for the Roadrunners. 3rd and 1. Push to get it. 3rd and 8. Get a miraculous catch right at the line to gain, man. Two-minute timeout. Oh, okay. I haven't checked some comments in a while. That's my bad. So, Mr. Figures 7091 says put Jenkins in. South to West said UTSA pass rush is looking solid. Daniel says 2-score game. I'm gonna guess Joe gets another chance. He has. Not really to the betterment of FIU's offense so far. South to West also said Joe P is going to give me a heart attack. Oh, no. South to West has been a trooper, too. I don't want to see him go. Kevin said he should be able to hop on for halftime, which will be nice. You know, Kevin in the plush press box. Kevin, listen, I'll give Kevin credit. He made the decision to do that thing that FIU's been doing where you go get on a plane literally the day of in the morning, get there. He said he got to spend some time at the alumni party. Like there was an alumni tailgate party, which looked pretty good from the pictures I saw. Looked pretty fun. Now he's at the game. He's actually at the game. And he said he's going to, I guess they're going to fly back tonight. So you're going to get drowsy Kevin tomorrow morning. Jackson McDonald on Instagram says, how about that McGuire Anderson return sneaky athletic? Right? He was blazing down that line or down the field. The problem is nothing has happened after, which sucks. Thanks again, by the way, to Ricardo for hopping on for a couple minutes. He gave us an insider scoop, a Ricardo scoop on what's going on at the Chili's at GC. I think everything else on campus is closed right now. So the fact that they even did a watch party is pretty cool. He said some people have already left, though, didn't he? That's right. Michigan's got their head coach. Oh, dear. I'm just saying, if FIU were to go down 31-14 here at halftime, this would have to be a killer comeback for FIU to make. If you can stop them from scoring any more points some way, somehow, please, FIU. That's a handoff that gets about a yard. Might not even have gotten anything, to be honest. I think FIU is going to start calling their timeouts, too. Shamir Sterling, he just came out of the game. Something's looking wrong with his right arm. They're saying shoulder. Oh, no. So you have the players in the secondary out. I think Zion Chapman was injured earlier, and now Sterling Joseph. Bad performance on defense since that first drive when McCown got his lights knocked out from that hit he took. I don't know, maybe that hit that he got that knocked his helmet off and everything, maybe that awoke something in him. It awoke his inner demon, turned him into prime Peyton Manning, because that's what he's looked like so far this game. Quick pass out to the left. First down, 10-yard line. Oh, my Lord. Another first down here for UTSA. And if they score a touchdown here, first I was gonna say it's getting ugly. It's ugly now. But if they score a touchdown here to go up 31-14 before the half, I don't know what FIU could adjust to get back from that deficit. First and goal, minute 22 and dropping, handoff up the middle. Oh no! Oh my God! It's just broken tackles. Marion Peterson gets into the end zone. And FIU is about to be down 31-14. Oh my God. I don't know. Like, FIU might need T.Y. Hilton in this second half. Oh my God, man. Can we get somebody from the portal to come in at quarterback for the second half? Is that allowed? No? Well, FIU is down by 17 points. I'm not going to mope here too much and say the game's over or anything, because it's not. Whoa, that was sick. But FIU, maybe they can make something happen here, man, right before the first half comes to an end. There's a minute, 17 seconds left. FIU has 2 timeouts. But this is going to be bad. Geez, what happened? That's a good question, South to West. We'll go over it in the halftime report. We'll hopefully get Kevin here to spice things up a little bit. But hopefully the Panthers can make something happen here. Oh, my God. It's a pass. So, but there's a flag down. That might have been an illegal forward pass. Oh, my God. That looked like an illegal forward pass, and I was like, wait, there's no flag. What happened? There's the flag now. As we get a close-up shot of it, of course. Was it really? He threw the ball at the 11-yard line, and the receiver caught it at like the 12 or 13. That is definitely an illegal forward pass. By the way, question to whoever's watching, how is my microphone sounding? I have all these new tools I got for Christmas, including the cable and this new pop filter. I'm hoping everything sounds good. I might just double check on my phone again, just for the hell of it, since need something entertaining to do here real quick, because this game has really not been that for a while now. What? All right. Pop, pop, pop. That's just an audio test. Don't worry about it. Okay, that audio is flawless. All right. First down here, I saw that. Alex Perry, Pizanski. It's still Joe P. We're going to see. Listen, we'll see what happens here. 57 seconds to go. That fight some points on the board right before half. But they even had some time there. It was 57 seconds to go. Now it's 1:03. Here's the thing. I think these 2-minute drill offenses, like to score a touchdown with this little time left, is really hard to do. I think it's more possible in college than in the pros because the clock stops for a little bit. Pizanski pressured, has to throw the ball away. He launched that thing too. Holy moly. But once again, it looked like they were setting up to throw deep here, but Pizanski did not have near enough time to get that ball out before he had to start rolling. And I think he was brought to the ground there. 51 seconds to go, 2nd and 10. I don't even know what to tell you as far as how FIU should tackle this. They desperately need some points before halftime here to stop the 31 unanswered freaking points scored by UTSA. Incomplete pass. That screen pass was thrown way too high behind the intended receiver. It wasn't a backwards. It wasn't a lateral, but great. And I was just thinking that the announcers of the game were talking about it. If they get a stop here, assuming FIU is going to pass the ball, if it's incomplete, we'll see. Pizanski rolling to his right, looking, trying to get a player open, so he's going to haul ass and get the first down, knocked out of bounds. The clock will stop momentarily. Oh, and a late flag was just thrown. This time they threw it. This time they threw the flag for the late hit out of bounds. Did anyone else see that UTSA defender doing the take the L dance on Pizanski, by the way? I saw that, and I did not appreciate that. Just saying. Okay. 37 seconds to go. FIU now you can have the argument that they can get to scoring range, or I should say field goal range. 1st and 10. Joe P has to roll to his left. 2 defenders on him. He's going to get a few yards there, about 3 or 4. Is Pizanski okay? Yeah, he is. He gets back up. He got out of bounds too, so the clock's not ticking. 28 seconds to go. Okay. Here we go. 2nd and 6, 30 seconds. FIU is slightly past midfield. Pizanski throwing right to the sidelines. Ball is incomplete, but a flag was thrown. That's PI on the Roadrunners. This one defender for UTSA has been called for pass interference thrice this game. Not that I'm complaining. Chapman is the name of the Ahmad Chapman is the name of the UTSA defender that's been called 3 times for pass interference. So far he's FIU's MVP of the game. Boy. FIU still has 2 timeouts. Now they're at the 35. You're getting close to field goal range, but FIU is in desperate need of a touchdown here. A whistle is blown. Someone took their timeout. It looks like UTSA did. Their last timeout. Uh, Oh, Willie Simmons, the Citadel, and then Clemson. He was a quarterback for the Citadel, then Clemson. And then I think he went into the Arena Football League for a little bit. Didn't really work out there. He became a coach, and the rest, as you say, is history. You can find out more about that in the episode we did with Willie Simmons. Not that long ago. Oh, speaking of which, I have something cool to share. Maybe in the next commercial break here, or unless it's halftime, then you're going to have to wait a little longer. I don't want to spoil it, but I mean, it's already been spoiled because we posted about it yesterday. Pazanski getting sacked. Another big sack here, and that's going to take FIU out of field goal range for the time being. Not that I'm not even 100% sure they were even in field goal range before that sack. You might be asking to yourself, on those 2 attempts where FIU went for it on 4th down, it didn't convert neither, but that's not the point. Why not rely on your kicker? Well, number one, Noah Grant has been red hot lately. I'll give him credit, but he hasn't exactly been the most reliable kicker we've ever had here. And we had Bore Gallus, who was money. And then number 2, Willie Simmons trusts this FIU offense a lot. He trusts them a lot on those 4th down attempts. He did it a lot against an opponent. Was it the Jacksonville State game? Maybe the Liberty game? One of those. Maybe it was even earlier against Florida Atlantic. I mean, look at the yard. Oh my God. Look at the yards difference. 311 to 98. But with those numbers, you'd think it'd be a lot worse than the 17-point deficit. Oh, I think UTSA was offside. This is going to be a free play for FIU. Launching out of bounds. Oh, no. The announcer is telling me Dallas Payne was wide open, and now I'm going to get pissed again. Yes, they were offsides. So a 5-yard penalty will alleviate most of the yards lost from that sack earlier. Regardless, there's only 14 seconds to go now. And FIU has 1 timeout to their name at this point. Pazanski is 4 of 16 with 43 yards passing, 10 yards rushing, by the way. I'm looking everywhere, from the comments on X to the comments on YouTube and even in my own group chat. We don't want Pazanski in the game anymore. Dallas Payne, pass was a little high. He could only get a hand on it. Would have been well short of the line to game anyway. I want to give Pazanski the benefit of the doubt here, but I just can't anymore. I just can't. I think we need to see Keywan Jenkins in the second half. Is Keywan Jenkins going to be enough to create a comeback for the ages? I don't know. Third and 14, 10 seconds to go. Pizanski throwing to the middle, and it's dropped by the receiver. You can't put that one on Pizanski. That was a perfectly placed football. That was dropped by the intended receiver, which is Eric Nelson. The ball was on the money, and he dropped it. It doesn't matter if it's Pizanski, Jenkins, or Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is if he's going to drop a pass that was that badly needed. All right. 7 seconds on the clock. I think FIU is going to use their final timeout. Or did they reset the play clock? I think they did. Okay. I'm going to assume FIU is probably going to do like a Hail Mary here. Something like that. Pizanski immediately has to run. Rolling to his left, sacked. I think there's a second left to go. Oh, my actual God. Oh, there's a second to go, by the way. I'm just going to say this. I don't care who is the quarterback for FIU in the second half. The offensive line is well, it's not just the offensive line. UTSA's front seven are killing the line of scrimmage battle. But he's having to run for his life. All right, McCown's going to take a knee here. It is officially halftime in the First Responder Bowl. UTSA is winning 31-14. I'm sorry. Well, FIU used a timeout. Much to the chagrin of the UTSA faithful, who are upset that FIU's head coach Willie Simmons called a timeout with 3 seconds to go, as UTSA was attempting to take the knee to send the ball to halftime. Not going to kind of a silly way to do it, considering what was going on, but I'm just going to assume that I'm putting up the halftime graphic. Yeah, they're just going to take a knee. So, okay. So, like I said earlier, before Willie Simmons kind of cut me off by taking that timeout, FIU is down 31-14. There's going to be a lot to talk about here in the Paws Up halftime report, which will be in a couple minutes. I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we'll get Kevin Barral in to discuss what the hell happened. Should be interesting. I hope Kevin's in good spirits. He is in Dallas, Texas, after all. So we'll have to take a quick break here. So don't head out. I will be right back here as the FIU Panthers are down by a lot before halftime. Be right back. All right, we are back for the Paws Up watch party, and joining me to talk a bit about the halftime. There we go, halftime report is none other than Kevin Barral, who I guess is now covering the SMU Mustangs, as evidenced by his background. But Kevin, do you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, so all right, let's just get this halftime report up and running. I'll just ask you plain and simple, what happened? What happened after that McGuire Anderson punt return for a touchdown? What happened?
It's the first responder bowl for a reason, right? The UTSA responded and hasn't looked good since. I said SMU, didn't I? It's UTSA.
No,
I said UTSA.
you said UTSA. I just didn't think you'd be coming in with that punt. That was actually really good. How much time did you spend thinking about that?
Well, I mean, they scored 31 unanswered. So during that time, not good at all. Joe's running for his life. Offensive line play has been pretty terrible. Probably the worst it's been all season. If I have to honestly say. I don't know. Clearly, the losses in the portal are hurting FIU. No doubt about that. UTSA is attacking the corners, and that's clearly worked. Not good. I think there probably needs to be a change at quarterback. If I had to be totally honest with you, I
was going to ask you, does it need to be Jenkins?
I think it does, and he's not hurt. He's fine. He's totally good. He's not out by any means. For anyone wondering, that I think the plan was to go with Joe. Joe was going to start this game, and it's Joe. So we were told Keyone would come in at some point, and I think that some point needs to be now. And to begin the second half, just going to give you a little bit more in the run game. Joe, not that he can't run, he's a smart runner, but Keywone's going to be the guy that's going to have to do it. So I
was
think
that Johnny?
No, that's Corey Brooks.
Oh, it's Corey Brooks.
Rare. But
best third quarter team in Conference USA, boys.
Yes.
I hope. Yeah. There you go. And that's what I was gonna say. FIU's made a lot of adjustments within this 4-game win streak. So I think I hope those adjustments lead to something and adjust. So I don't know. It's just been stressful to watch, but I got to give a lot of credit. FIU fans showed up and showed out. There are more FIU fans than UTSA fans. There are more FIU fans than UTSA fans. Aside from the band, UTSA's band being much better, FIU's fans did show up and show out. So I'll give a lot of credit there. And this has been fun. It's been a good experience. SMU's facilities are phenomenal. But second half adjustments need to happen. I think there's going to be a long, long conversation between Edwin Pata and his offensive line group, because it's just been rough play so far there. And I think FIU's losing this game in the trenches, and I think that's really what's made a difference, plus the explosives. And I don't want to single out one guy, but Ashton Levels has just not looked good so far. And they made a change there in that they made a change towards the middle of that second quarter with going with Preston Thompson in there. So curious to see what that does, but tough go so far.
And you mentioned it. We knew FIU was going to be hurt on defense with the amount of guys that opted out of this game. But to see FIU struggle this much on defense, I think even exceeds how I thought they were going to be for this game, Kevin. Hang on. Kevin's talking to someone. I'm curious.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Yeah, it's okay. I was just saying, we knew going into this game that FIU's defense was going to be on crutches with the amount of players that opted out. But did you expect them to be this bad whenever McCown has had time in the pocket throwing either slants or screens? Whatever McCown's been able to throw up, his receivers have come down with it. Did you even expect FIU's defense to be struggling this much after that first drive, which FIU's defense looked locked in? But after that, it's been nothing but pain watching FIU try to stop McCown in this offense.
Yeah, I think it needs to be noted that UTSA is down their wide receiver 1. So it's just it just makes it a little bit more stressful. It also makes it more stressful where UTSA's number 1 running back is out too. So that's also been a little bit stressful. So seeing, FIU really not be able to contain those guys has certainly been not fun to watch. But I think to answer your question, the bowl opt-outs have hurt FIU massively. I mean, you look at both the cornerback room. I mean, you don't have Blades, you don't have Mr. Clark, you don't have Josiah McGrew, you don't have Victor Evans. Websley Etienne is out as well. He was supposed to start the game out, so you're going with Demetrius Hill, who's technically your third string, Ormond Wallace, and you're seeing Antonio Patterson get some run too. So not the ideal situation. The defensive line is where I really haven't understood where the struggles have come from, because that room is intact. They haven't lost any guys, so it's just been a little bit stressful in that sense. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know where to go with that one, because FIU just hasn't been able to get much going at all.
I think Zion Chapman also went down with an injury earlier in this first half too. Someone else was also hurt with his shoulder. I can't remember off the top of my head who that was, Kevin. But
it was Chapman.
Okay. So some troubles there, even injury-wise for FIU. So I wanted to ask you this. FIU they almost seemingly did not try to establish a run game in the first half with how much they were relying on Pizanski to pass. I mean, this man, Joe Pizanski, he threw 18 passes in that first half all by himself. I'm assuming you think the rushing attack has been a little disappointing so far, but how much can you even lean on that in the second half, knowing that time might start to be an issue with how down FIU is right now? They might eventually might start to be running out of time to make this comeback here. So that's another thing to be concerned about.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that they didn't run the ball as much. I thought they would. Guys, this is Keyshawn Owens' last game as an FIU Panther. You got to take advantage of that. Like, you got to run him. You got to run him until the wheels fall off, and they just haven't done that. And when he has run the ball, he's actually been pretty good. I think he's averaging 5.3 yards per carry. That's not bad. Like, you got to keep using that. And unfortunately, just haven't been able to get it going, man. It's disappointing. And I don't understand the usage of Devontae Lyons there towards the end, the final like 2 or 3 minutes. He struggled in the pass pro. He struggled there. I don't know. UTSA has dominated this FIU team on the line. Their defensive line has absolutely rocked FIU's offensive line. There's another way to say it. It's disappointing. It's tough to watch, but FIU, as we noted, they're really good at second half adjustments.
Yes.
You make it. The only part that stinks is that UTSA begins with the ball now to begin the second half. So FIU is going to really have to come out of the gates defensively and get a stop. If you get a stop and you score, you're looking really good going into that second half. So we'll see. Definitely long ways to go before FIU gets back into this one, but I think the pieces are into making to make something happen.
Mm-hmm. I think it was Shamir Sterling who I saw go out of the game with some apparent injury to his shoulder. At least that's fine. So he's fine.
Yeah,
okay, good. Because FIU is going to need all hands on deck here in the second half. All right, I'll ask you your final thoughts. By the way, this isn't normal, Kevin. This is tired, Kevin. I can tell you it's been a long day for you with the traveling and everything. This is tired, needs a cafecito badly type Kevin. But what are your final thoughts on the first half and what FIU genuinely needs to do to try to turn this around?
Yeah, losing in the line of scrimmage, that's certainly been a factor. Pizanski running for his life, not good. Cornerbacks getting kind of, unfortunately, exposed, which hasn't been good. And credit to UTSA, they're playing a great game. So I think that the third quarter is going to be the defining factor here. I think the first couple minutes of the third quarter are going to be huge for FIU. But, you still got a chance. So I won't stop saying that because I know this team. I know Willie Simmons. I know what they do. But, yeah, I'm excited to see how this ends. And, again, this has been awesome. I'm pumped to be here. I didn't think I'd be here. Actually, I had a couple fans come up to me. They're like, I thought you weren't coming. I'm like, things happen. Last-minute flights come up and last-minute opportunity came up. And I can't say no. So I'm here.
Hell yeah.
We'll be, as you noted, it's been a long day, but I'm excited. I'm just being a little more quiet because I'm in the SMU press box right now. I'm in this media lobby. But yeah, no, excited. And I'm coming right back after the game too. So It's going to be a long night, but hopefully we're celebrating with a trophy in our hands.
I jokingly said that the MVP for FIU in that first. Oh, there's Johnny! Oh my God, it's John Mayer making a special appearance.
He says, "How you doing?"
Oh, I said I'm doing great.
He said
Nice
he's doing
to see
great.
you all there, and
He says he likes your Letterman jacket.
thank you. It was a Christmas present. I had to try to match what FIU and I guess UTSA
He
would
said
do
he had to try to
with
match
their
what
letter.
he's doing in UTSA.
It looks good.
Yeah.
We'll be back for
You heard him?
Well, what did he say?
He says we're getting the dub.
Oh,
He says
book
the
it.
post game podcast is gonna be pretty lit.
All right, then you better get on the Hard Rock betting app. Actually, don't do that. But
No.
don't do that. But it should be. You heard it here. Take it to the bank. FIU's gonna. Kevin, by the way, I jokingly said in the first half that the MVP for FIU in the first half was Ahmad Chapman, the defensive back for UTSA, with those 3 pass interference penalties, which have helped out FIU extensively.
Oh, you know what? This is one thing we can know. The guys that have played, it's been interesting. We saw Christian Langford.
Yes.
Got the run play. We've seen Kenny Williams. So we've seen a good combo of these young players, and I'm excited to see what that looks like. Like, why not get Sterling Joseph in there? Get him in the mix, right? See what happens.
Yeah.
You don't lose anything by doing that. So,
Well,
let's see. But again, I want to see more Keyshawn Owens. And shout out McGuire Anderson. Had the big TD. The big
unbelievably cool.
It's a lot. Longest punt return touchdown in bowl game history. It's the longest punt return touchdown in Conference USA history. And it's the first punt return touchdown at FIU for FIU since 2011 when TY did it against
TY. That was a lot to unpack there, but that's super sick. Well, Willie Simmons said Keewan Jenkins is not Patrick Mahomes, but it might take Patrick Mahomes to lead a comeback here for the FIU Panthers. A healthy Patrick Mahomes, might I add. So we'll see what happens. Kevin, thanks for stopping by. Go eat some barbecue. I assume that's what they're feeding you. It's in Texas, you know. But
chicken strips, mac and cheese, and fried beans. Pretty
sounds
good.
like the Mr. Reliable of food then. So
it was
all right.
Good.
Damn. Okay. Well, alrighty, Kevin. I guess I'll see you. Hopefully, I'll get to see you for post game. If not, it might be.
We'll
busy.
see. We'll see. You'll probably get
With
some post game video from me.
Post-game. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. Good seeing you, Kev. As he vanishes. I hope he doesn't just stay at SMU. Maybe he'll want to start covering the Mustangs. He said that stadium was nice. So we'll have to wait and see. But FIU is down 31-14 at the half to the UTSA Roadrunners. We'll see what they do in the second half. For now, I'm going to take another quick break and then get you back and get you ready for the second half between FIU and UTSA in the First Responder Bowl. Be right back, everybody. All right, I am back. Thank you all so much for watching the Paws Up watch party so far. Hopefully, we're going to get to see a comeback for the ages as the FIU Panthers trail UTSA 31-14. The Roadrunners will also get the ball to start off the second half, by the way. But that's besides the point. We just had Kevin on who talked a bit about what the hell happened in that first half, and I think we're both in agreement that it's got to be Keywan Jenkins that comes in at a halftime. But I have some comments here. At Jaguar Gator 9, JG9 Raid sending love. I like JG because it's my initials, Jake Gibson. But cool. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. At Billy Ball said just a bunch of pause emojis. Okay, cool. RC Victory Lane also with a raid. You'll love to see it. South to West, never been more happy to see halftime come. First Responder Bowl, FIU extended on arrival so far. And then MCA Brian, hang on, there we go. Y'all team sold y'all out. ... Hilarious. It's not hilarious to me, Mr. Brian. So it's not. No, it's not. So okay. We'll just have to see what. Oh, hang on. We're actually getting go here. I had the broadcast on mute there. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Second half now. Oh boy. Pazanski is throwing balls. So I don't know. Here we go. So on defense, I think the FIU defense, I don't even know how to describe how they can fix this. Just hopes and prayers to somehow stop Owen McCown, who is putting up absolutely ridiculous numbers. I don't even want to read them out loud. It's going to make my blood pressure boil here. But we'll see what they can do, man. 25-yard line. High snap, but he gets it out to his back, who's going to grab about 5 yards there. So. Oh, my gosh. Second and yeah, it was actually 5 yards. How about that? Half of the line to need. 2nd and 5 now. Another handoff. This one's going to be met about a couple yards past the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be 3rd and short here for the UTSA Roadrunners. As like I said, FIU is just in desperate need of something positive to happen. Anything positive, they need it badly. So I don't know. Just make something happen. Hang on. I'm going to move something here. I've noticed, by the way, that there are some comments on X that I can't really see here on the StreamYard. Only some of them I can see, not all of them. So I'm going to have a separate screen there just to see if any other comments pop up, because I do like reading the comments, even if they're positive and negatives. That's going to be a stop on 3rd and short, though. 3rd and 3, and it's a nice coverage there from FIU to not allow, again, a 3rd straight run. That time they actually lost some yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 5, and UTSA is going to have to be forced to punt. This game is not over. I'm sad about. I'm not sad. I'm disappointed because about it because FIU debated me with the 14 unanswered points to start this game. It's been all UTSA since then, but FIU, like I've been telling y'all, is an exceptional team when it comes to adjusting out of the second half. And oh my God, FIU is going to continue with Joe Pizanski as their quarterback. P1 does not have his helmet on. Pizanski does. So here you go. FIU is still going to be rolling with Joe Pizanski. Wow. It's bold. Maybe Willie Simmons is like, Pizanski's not the problem. It's the offensive line that's giving him no favors. We'll have to see here. 1st and 10 for the Holy P. Come on, Joe. Quick pass to the left side of the field. It's going to be caught by Alex Perry. Decent catch there. The ball kind of took its time to get to Perry. I'm worried it might get picked if the defender sort of caught wind of how slow it was traveling in the air. I digress. We'll have to see what they do. Oh, the stats are kind of messed up here. I have it caught here. Hang on. There we go. 2nd and 5 now. Pizanski. For the love of God, do something awesome. It's a handoff to Owens. Shakes by a tackler, but loses a yard in the process. Nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, here we go. Blue Head replaces what a waste of FIU's more talented roster. Well, number one, the game's not over, and number two, that is true though. It is a more talented roster. You're not lying there, which I appreciate the honesty. And number three, go eat some soup or something, man. What are you doing? Isn't it cold up there? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. FIU took a timeout there on 3rd and 6 to avoid the delay of game penalty, but you're down 17 points and you just wasted a timeout. Oh my God. You can tell this guy was waiting to talk some smack, dude. His blood was boiling when he put this comment. To remember that, first of all, to even go into our watch party and the first thing you want to comment is that is crazy work. Not going to lie, gang. But I'll give Delaware credit by saying it was a nice win over the opponent they played. I believe, was it Louisiana they beat in that? Yeah, in the Lending Tree Bowl. It was a nice win for them. But doesn't change the fact that FIU still has a more talented roster. Anyway, let's move on here. Mr. Clark. Oh, okay. I love the Paws Up watch party. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's been fun. All these watch parties have been super fun. The Missouri State one kind of got off the rails there in the latter end because of how badly FIU was playing in that game. But I digress. I will finish, regardless of whether FIU wins or loses, I will finish with a winning record for these Paws Up watch parties. The first one, a win over Western Kentucky. The second one was the loss to Missouri State. But then back-to-back wins over Middle Tennessee and Sam Houston to put me up 3-1. So regardless of a loss here, I'm still going to have a winning record. So go me, I guess. Yo, this is crazy. Got the game on mute and just Jake Gibson on the speakers. That's hilarious. I don't think the ESPN announcers have been bad. I think they've been pretty unbiased towards both teams. You're definitely going to get a biased FIU perspective here. But, hey, Conference USA, am I right? You know, we all don't like the American. Unfortunately, this American team is looking pretty damn good against FIU so far this game. But we'll see. I mean, the defense, a very limited perspective here, but the FIU defense looked really sharp on that opening drive of the second half here, denying the UTSA running game. So you have to take what you can get, and now hopefully the FIU offense can make something happen here, but it's a bad start because they just burned the timeout, down 17 points in their first drive in the second half. Anyways, you've actually inspired me. Let's take a look around Conference USA, see how they did in their bowl game schedule. I think this is the second to last bowl game in CUSA. Yeah, the final one is the Independence Bowl between Coastal Carolina and Louisiana Tech next Tuesday, December the 30th at 2 o'clock. That's the last Conference USA bowl game to take place. So let's see how FIU has done thus far. I know they have a winning record so far. All right, 3rd and 6. I'll take a look after this play here, assuming it's not good. I hope it's good though. Pazanski, 3rd and 6. He has had a roll, but he has a wide open Keyshawn Owens as a receiver. He gets by one tackler. Is going to get to the line to gain. I think he's going to be marked just short, 2 yards behind it. So it's going to be 4th and 2. And honestly, the way FIU's offense has been so stagnant, I would not be mad if they were to go for it here, especially because it's listed as 4th and 1, just because FIU needs something to wake their hell up on offense. But we'll have to wait and see what they do here. I don't think FIU can tush push, by the way. I don't even know if they've attempted a genuine tush push like we saw McCown and UTSA do earlier this game. I'm just going to say that. All right. Fake handoff. Pazanski has to run for his life. The pass is going to be dropped, incomplete, turnover on downs. Pass was intended for Jackson Verdugo, and I think he's hurt too. Is he hurt? He actually grabbed. He could have mossed that UTSA defender, bro. Wow, shout out that one UTSA defender who did the thumbs down, who was out of bounds and just decided to be a hella not nice person. That sucked. Taunting like that, by the way, that was a taunt on a player that wasn't even playing in the game. The ref could have thrown flag for that. Maybe I'm kind of coping here. But to do that for an injured player too, that's not a good look. To that UTSA player who did that, man, that is not a good look at all. All right, Jackson Verdugo sitting up at least. Are we going to take an injury timeout here? Yes, we are. So here's what's happened. First, we had the I think it was the 68 Ventures Bowl, Montgomery, Alabama. Jack State defeats Troy. It was a nice win for them, low scoring, 17-13. But it's the first game for Conference USA in a bowl game, and they won. So next up, Delaware beats the University of Louisiana Lafayette 20-13 in their bowl game in Mobile, Alabama. So nice win for them. I think Delaware was winning for the majority of that game. Then Louisiana came back and almost tied it. As a matter of fact, there was like 2 seconds to go. Louisiana near the goal line had a shot to tie it and sent it to overtime. It was not meant to be, though, I suppose. Next up was the Xbox Bowl, and this was another fun game that unfortunately did not go Conference USA's way. Arkansas State survives and takes down Missouri State in the Xbox Bowl in Frisco, 34-28. And then, without a doubt, the worst bowl game involving a Conference USA team was the Myrtle Beach Bowl, where Western Michigan rolled over Kennesaw State 41-6. That was a bad look for Conference USA because Western Michigan made Conference USA look absolutely awful there. I'm not going to lie. That was terrible. That was a terrible game. They were losing badly. Like it was 28-0 in the first quarter or something crazy like that. But it's okay because in the New Orleans Bowl, Western Kentucky takes down Southern Miss. So a lot of teams playing the Sun Belt, and I think overall FIU is going to end up with a winning record over the Sun Belt teams. Maybe that could change with the Louisiana Tech Coastal Carolina game though. And then this game going on. And then, like I said, you have the Louisiana Tech Coastal Carolina game on the 30th. Anyways, so that's how Conference USA is looking at these bowl games. But not that that really matters right now for FIU because we are losing in our bowl game. Off we go. They're promoting the Natty, which is in Miami this year at Hard Rock Stadium. FIU was at the Nuggets versus Mavericks game, which was a few days before this contest. I have nothing more to say on that. Let's just move on here. 1st and 10 for UTSA, and they have excellent field position. So I'm worried. They're already past midfield. Nice. And they have Owen McCown, who is looking like prime Peyton Manning tonight. Also nice. It's a flea flicker. McCown rolling to his left, throwing incomplete. Oh, my God. The first play coming out of that TV timeout was a flea flicker that almost worked. Good defense there by who was it that broke that up? Ormond Wallace. That was actually a great play there to deny the damage. Second and 10 now. McCown. Going to be a handoff here. It's going to get not going to get by the tackler that originally got him. He wrapped him up just in time, but it's still going to be a decent pickup of about 5 to 6 yards there. Oh, my God. Okay, 3rd and 4. McCown's going to run and get the first down. To the 30, by the way. To the 20, by the way. Oh, my God. They're already in the red zone. Oh, my God. What can't this Owen McCown kid do right now? He is kicking the crap out of this FIU defense. Out of this battered, bruised FIU defense full of opt-outs. McCown, you should be ashamed what you're doing here. I am now mad that Josh McCown once played for the Miami Dolphins. I'm now ashamed of that. 1st and 10, McCown's thrown to the end zone. Wide open, but he overthrew him. The receiver was wide open, by the way. He just missed him there. Listen, if UTSA scores a touchdown here, I don't know what FIU can do to come back and win. They're probably not going to if UTSA scores here. Ashton Levels burnt toast on that play. Levels has had an absolutely awful game today, which sucks because he's been a great player for FIU this season. All right, 2nd and 10, handoff, met at the line, only a couple yards gained there for FIU. What the hell? This Joseph Dale 2006 commented, "Man, y'all are ass." Andrew _TX FIU's disappointing me. That's a UTEP fan. Yeah, it's Speaking of disappointing, I'm sorry. Listen, Kevin loves Scotty Walden, so that's about as much as I can say about UTEP. Hope y'all do good in the Mountain West, though. And then he dropped how many laughing emojis? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, that one's a little different. What happened? The Count's actually sacked. Holy hell. There's a flag. I'm now ashamed. It sounds like you were ashamed when you... What? Wait a sec. You should be ashamed. I'm now ashamed. Defensive holding, first down, by the way. Negative Nancy. Yeah. FIU is disappointing me. It's okay, man. Yeah, this game is... Dude, Joseph Dale is going in on the spam. His marriage has been ruined, though. So if there's one positive... I'm just kidding. I love trolling FIU, but Joseph here's doing it better than I ever could. I mean, there's been a lot of Delaware trolls. Keep it real. Not just for FIU, but a lot of Conference USA opponents. FIU genuinely has no rival in Conference USA. Maybe Delaware will end up being the rival. It'll be the Snowbird Bowl between FIU and a Northeastern team, technically, quote unquote. I don't know. There's not many connections between FIU and Delaware, but I'm dying to have a genuine rival in the conference. This is going to be a handoff and a touchdown. I think this game is over. Is that Henderson? I think it was. The third. Well, ladies and gents, that might be it. FIU's defense looked good on the opening drive of the second half, but that was bad. And I'd like to remind everybody that UTSA has now scored 38 unanswered points in this game. FIU had a 14-0 head start, and it didn't really matter. UTSA is absolutely rolling the Panthers' offense, defense. Maybe not special teams, but that's not enough. Jake, you did this to yourself. Whatever, man. Oh, is Joseph Dale 2006 an FIU fan? Actually, it's probably not Dale. It's Joseph Dale 2006. So he might actually be an FIU fan that's genuinely upset like I am. I haven't been this mad since Mo State cooked our ass. Yeah. We have civil conflict at home, and it's UT and FIU instead of UCF and UConn. The thing is, UCF doesn't want it to be a rivalry, I'm pretty sure. Listen, I'd be down for FIU and Delaware to be a really strange rivalry. I feel like the rival for Delaware and Conference USA should be Liberty, considering they're the closest team to them for now. But I digress. No one really likes Liberty in this conference, so they're kind of everyone's rival. So that's kind of cheating. This is not how I wanted the season to end. Not this badly. All right, listen. I'm not going to be super mopey. I'm going to be a little mopey, not super mopey. Listen, if you're an FIU fan watching this watch party, and if you are, thank you, regardless of the platform. If you are an FIU fan, don't let this loss discredit what has been an absolutely incredible season for the FIU Panthers. Think about it. FIU before this season was going nowhere as a program, literally. 4-8 seasons back-to-back years. Prior to that, 1-11, 0-5. This program was down in the dumps, but they had some momentum. They have the Vice jerseys, which everyone likes. They have the Pitbull Stadium thing, which took off. All they needed was a head coach that could lead them to success, and that's what Willie Simmons has done. So, listen, I would have been okay if FIU went 5-7 this season, but one of the wins was a win to Florida Atlantic. I genuinely think FIU overachieved this season, even going to a bowl. Granted, I predicted them to go 7-5 in this regular season because I'm the optimistic type. I think Kevin also predicted that too, though, so which is interesting. But listen, think of all the amazing wins FIU had this season. There's a lot to go by. Every win FIU had was kind of incredible, with the exception of maybe the Bethune-Cookman win because it's FCS, but still. To beat your rival in Florida Atlantic for the first time in a billion years. We're ending this season with a trophy in our cabinet case, which is the Shula Bowl trophy, which we haven't had in a long time. So it's not like FIU didn't win some hardware this season, okay? You go on the road and put a smackdown on Western Kentucky, which broke a long-standing losing streak to both them and just a losing streak on the road to Conference USA opponents in general. You beat the brakes out of Middle Tennessee badly, which snapped another long losing streak to Middle Tennessee on the road specifically. And then you had two of the most incredible wins of the season against Jacksonville State and Liberty. The Jack State win got you to a bowl game. The Liberty game win got you to 7 wins. So regardless of the loss that's about to happen here for FIU, Willie Simmons is going to finish with a winning record. His streak as the head coach of Division I teams having winning records is not going to change this season, regardless of the loss. And then you blow out Sam Houston. Listen, these wins over Florida Atlantic, Liberty, and Jack State, I'm going to be thinking about for a while this season. And that's more than I can say about maybe the majority of wins we had during the Mike McIntyre era. I think the future is still insanely bright for this FIU Panther squad. Don't get it twisted. That was a 2nd and 5, by the way. I was going on a tangent here. I wasn't really calling him. Pizanski, that this is going to be a pass interference on UTSA here. So move the chains, I guess. This is the 4th pass interference penalty on Chapman, by the way. Oh, my God. I'm telling you, he's our MVP. But this season is not a disaster because of this one loss. This was a memorable season that broke a 3 or 4 year, a like 6 or 7 year streak of losing seasons of like either 4-8 or worse, man. This season is not going to change that. It's not even going to come close to changing what was an awesome season that went above and beyond expectations in the long run. So I'm still all in on Willie Simmons as our coach. I think FIU is going to have a favorable schedule next season with, the 2 teams leaving Conference USA, UTEP and Louisiana Tech. And then a pretty favorable non-conference schedule where you don't take on a power conference team. You take on a USF team that's losing Byron Brown and their head coach. That deep shot's incomplete to Alex Perry. Should have caught it, but whatever. The non-conference schedule includes a USF team with Byron Brown not being there along with their head coach, I believe, Alex Galesh. They do have Brian Hartline, though, which I kind of like that hire. You have your FCS team, which we don't know yet. You have FAU, who is definitely going to be wanting to look for revenge against FIU in their home stadiums. That's going to be a tough one. Probably the toughest non-con, I would say, right now. And then you have Buffalo, who had a decent season this year, but you do get them at Pitbull Stadium. Maybe it'll be like the Miami, when the Buffalo Bills come to Hard Rock Stadium and take on the Dolphins and the heat drives them mad. Maybe that'll happen against Buffalo. No, nice run here from, I believe, Anthony Carey for a first down here. That was nice. You would have to beat UD first before it's a rivalry. It's happening next year. I'm booking it now. It's happening. As a matter of fact, because of the way it's scheduled, there will be one Conference USA team that every team will not play. They're going to play – each CUSA team in football is going to play every opponent, every other member except for one because, 10 teams 8 conference opponents, including your own team. That's 9. So there's one team left out. Delaware better pray to the Lord that the one team they don't have to play is FIU, because y'all are in for a world of hurt, busters. And why'd you steal Michigan's helmet? I'm sorry. That was a low blow. Why is there not a Joe Flacco statue at your stadium? I'm sorry. It wasn't meant to be. I don't know what got over me there. Anyways, 2nd and 11 for Pizanski. Genuinely, I don't know why he's still playing. I digress. Joe, throwing. Caught by Payne. Is it a catch? Yes, it is. It's going to be 3rd and medium. I need something to cheer me up. MTSU Milkman. That didn't show up here, did it? Oh, it did. Hunter. MTSU should have been in this game. Tell me that after they don't get hung by 56 points by the Panthers in their own stadium, buddy. 3rd and 6, Pizanski throwing to his right. Pass is going to be not be able to hung on there, but I think by McNeil, that's going to be incomplete there. So I don't know what they're going to do. Why are you wearing UTSA's colors on your jacket? This is a red. Or maybe a crimson. It's not orange. It's not blue either. It's black. This is from the Super Bowl in New Orleans earlier this year, which I was at. I like these jackets. It was a Christmas gift, so I had to rock. I have to rock it, And I think both these teams had similar varsity style jackets, so I wanted to kind of match them up, 4th and 6, Pizanski throwing. It's going to be caught, and that's a first down. I think that's the first time they've converted a 4th down attempt this game. Not true, fake news? Sure, buddy. Sure. I know you watched the Paws Up watch party where I was absolutely cooking Middle Tennessee as much as FIU was cooking them. Anyway, check this out. It's a bucket hat full of beans that I got from the Boca Raton Bowl a couple of days ago. I think this was the giveaway for everybody. That pass is caught by McGuire Anderson again. Nice. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm not the biggest bucket hat guy, but this hat is so stupid that I actually kind of like it. I'm not even kidding. It was the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of beans. I don't know. There's something about it that I kind of like. All right, Pizanski. Oh my God, blasted, but it's caught. Dallas Payne, touchdown! FIU scores. But is there a flag? Dallas Payne's reacting like there was a flag. I don't think there is, though. I think FIU just scored a touchdown. They have finally scored points following that punt return for a touchdown. Oh! Pizanski took a shot, by the way. He still got the ball out. That was a great play by the Holy P. They're going to go for 2 here. So it's 38-20. 4 minutes and 13 to go in the third quarter. I don't know if this is enough time still. Actually, if you land this 2-point conversion, you'll only be down by 16 points. You would need 3 straight 2-point conversions, but come on now. It's better to be down 2 possessions than 3. That's for sure. So let's see. Pizanski throwing to his right, intercepted. And it's going to be returned to the 20, 30, 40. He's gone. Oh my God. And it was Chapman. There's a flag, though. Chapman, the guy who's committed 1 billion pass interferences, just picked off the ball. And it's 2 points for UTSA. Assuming it stands because there was a flag thrown. I don't know what this was for. Running into a coach on the sideline. That's weird, but it was after the play. So that awesome touchdown by Dallas Payne, forget about it. FIU is still down by 20 points now because Pazanski threw Pazanski. It was a fade route right side of the field. He kind of airmailed it. Chapman, who's been kind of bullied all night by me, picks it off, gets by everybody. Pazanski came this close to tripping up Chapman right before he got to the goal line. But it's 2 points for UTSA, so instead of being it a 2-possession game, it's back to being a 3-possession game. So that's funny. The coach ran into the ref there. Not that it matters. It's 40-20. Even when FIU finally did something good, it came back to haunt them. I am reporting you as a current Florida resident to Governor DeSantis, and he's going to slime you out. Okay, buddy. You can only laugh at this point. You can only laugh when they get a pick 2. Onside kick, that was an atrocious onside kick attempt. You can only laugh at this point when they score a pick 2 on you. When you finally get a slimmer of hope, then they just rip your heart out like that with a pick 2 of all things. I don't even know what to say, man. So anyway, maybe wearing this for a little bit will change our luck. How does that look? Terrible? Yeah. The Boca Raton Bowl was, I think, a couple days ago. Louisville beat Toledo, but Toledo made it close in the end. I think this was the general giveaway for anybody that showed up. Because Bush's Beans was the sponsor. That you know that dog in the Bush's Beans commercials? I got to meet him. He's a good boy. We had a lot of beans. They had a promotion where if you if you brought a can of Bush's Beans to the game, by the way, you'd get a free ticket to the game. And then I think they donated the beans to like a local homeless or a local shelter or something. I'm not sure. But they did donate the beans after. So that was a cool promotion. Kevin and I went there as credentialed media just because we wanted to go to a football game. We were itching. And this was our second Boca Raton Bowl we covered. I think JMU beat Western Kentucky last year in it, which is actually another fun game. How do I look, guys? Stupid with this bean hat? An unnecessary roughness on the offense? Really? Wow. I'd like to point out, by the way, UTSA has more than double the penalties than FIU. Not that has ultimately mattered. Just felt like pointing that out. Yeah, 10 penalties for UTSA, and it hasn't even mattered, man. All right, 1st and 25. Handoff gets a chunk of that penalty yardage back, but still a long way to go. I hope you all did really good this Christmas, by the way, with your presents, if you celebrate. I think I kind of scored. Like I said, I got a few things for a microphone, and according to you guys, the mic quality is damn good. So I appreciate that. What did I got some other cool things. Check this out. I have one of those Ninja wood fire grills. I got this thermometer that tracks the internal temperature of meats better than the thermometers that came with the grill, and it's pretty sick looking too. I got a new travel mouse. I have a mouse that I take with me, like to games and stuff, but it's kind of busted, so I had to get a new one. I got this jacket, which I've been rocking. I have this tripod too. So the reason I needed this is that for the press conferences at the field house at Pitbull Stadium, I'm always the one, like I record on my phone and I'm always holding it. While meanwhile everyone else has like these cool tripods. Brandon Pockers from League Winners has a tripod, and I was inspired. I said, "Screw this! I need a tripod," and so now I got one. Shout out Zion Chapman, by the way, with the sack there. Nah, it's a little too late. So this game's getting close to the fourth quarter. FIU is down by 20 points. They've given up a 40 burger, literally. That looked like one of those Australian punts, side punts, McGuire Anderson. If we're genuinely talking about team MVPs, I think for FIU it's got to be McGuire Anderson. The game he's had on special teams, man, holy hell! I erroneously said that Chapman might be our MVP, the UTSA defender that was hit with 4 pass interference penalties that helped us. But after that pick 2, I guess he can't be our MVP anymore, right? It's getting a little late here. It's 11 p.m. Pazanski's going deep. Pass is incomplete, intended for Alex Perry, who has had a equally rough game. All right, enough of the bean set. So I do hope you all had a very Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, whichever one you prefer. And I hope you all have a great New Year. This has been an unfortunate way to end the season for FIU, but, don't discredit the Panthers. They had an amazing season this year. A record-breaking season for this very young FIU football program led by their new head coach, Willie Simmons, who I still have a lot of trust for. Hoping he can turn things around and not only get FIU back to a bowl game next season, but this time win the damn thing. So, who knows? Maybe you'll be thinking of maybe FIU will be in contention for the CUSA title next season, man. You never know. But you have to get to a bowl game before you even consider being. Zanski's going to run. He slides. I think he's going to be just short there. And, FIU is going to have their work cut out for them in the transfer portal, man. Our second string right tackle is down, Miguel Cedeno. This has been a disaster game for FIU, man. Well, he's walking off the field, but he needs some assistance, unfortunately. Because FIU is going to have a lot of holes they need to fill in next year. And I think the two biggest ones are quarterback, because Joe Pizanski's out. Kewan Jenkins, I don't know if he's going to stay or not. You have a couple of guys, and you did get the I think DJ Alexander from your signing class, but I feel like FIU needs to grab a quarterback from the transfer portal. And then also running back, because Keyshawn Owens, which was probably the biggest playmaker this season for FIU football, period, is not going to be here next year. FIU has a lot of seniors all around. Almost every other position has a player graduating. So they're going to need to attack the portal harder than they ever have before. And I do trust Willie Simmons will do a good job doing that. He did a great job this year with the portal, getting guys that have been big playmakers like Johnny Chaney, Alex Perry, to name a few, Joe Pizanski. Oh, my God, that pass should have been picked. It's 4th and 1 anyway, so it's another turnover on downs. Well, UTSA will get the ball again. I wonder if there's going to be a brawl here somewhere in this game. Feels like every bowl game as of late, there's been a brawl at some point in the game. There was a brawl near the end of the Boca Raton Bowl. There was a brawl in the Hawaii Bowl, which was a great bowl game, by the way. But not that I want to see one, but it feels like it's become a trend, a bad trend. Handoff here. Holy cow. Enough for a first down. And this should take us to the 4th quarter. First and 10. Are they going to run a snap here? They don't have to. No, I don't think they are. Okay. To the 4th quarter we go. Not much to say here, man. This has been a bad game for FIU on offense and defense. Not so much in special teams. They've been pretty lightning there. So, all right, man. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back here for the final quarter. Your score, UTSA 40, FIU 20. I'll be right back to see how this game wraps up during the 4th. All right. Hey, everybody. It's the fourth quarter. FIU is losing 40-20. Unless we get a late Christmas miracle, like FIU is going to lose this game to the Roadrunners. They'll finish the season with a 7-5 record, which is still miles better than anything the Panthers have done in these past few seasons. Again, this one loss should not discredit what an amazing season FIU had with these crazy wins over Florida Atlantic, Western Kentucky, Jack State, Delaware, or a Delaware commenter has me thinking things, and Liberty and Jack State. So this is obviously a depressing way to end the season, but there's still a lot of positives to take away. And maybe Kevin, if Kevin on the post game show, we can go a bit more into it. 2nd and 4. McCown, touchdown. Another beautifully thrown ball by McCown. Is that a receiver or a tight end? Regardless, he did the rest. And like, where was this version of Owen McCown when they played some of the best teams in the American, like USF and North Texas, man? Against Tulane, I guess he was doing that, but McCown might having one of the best quarterback performances in all of bowl season, man. And of course, it had to come against our battered and bruised defense. Credit to UTSA, they look incredible. Yeah. I mean, even with a 14-point crutch, we were still completely outplayed on offense and defense. We were not outplayed on special teams, though. Make of that however you will. But UTSA came to play, man. I thought FIU came to play too. It just didn't really matter. At this point, please just put somebody else other than Pizanski in. I love Joe Pizanski. I love the night he had, or the season he had for FIU. He needed to step in for that Middle Tennessee game, and he was up to the task. But maybe he's dealing with effects from the injury he took. Maybe this is just a bad game for him. But this has not been his night. He's had to go up against a defense that has been hunting him down the entire game. He's had receivers drop passes, just not make the plays they have made plenty of times this season. And it's just been a disaster on offense and defense. It has been a disaster. Yuan Jenkins is finally in. I feel like they should have made this switch a long time ago, but it's cool. In what could be his final game as an FIU Panther to actually play in it. Jenkins moving. He's going to hold on to the ball here. Slide. Actually, a dive. Gets a bunch of yards there. So I guess Pizanski's night is over. So Joe's final stat line: 11 for 31, 102 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. I guess no rushing yards. Oh no, he has 14 rushing yards off of 7 attempts. I don't even know how many times he's been sacked. He's been sacked. What? How many times has Pizanski been sacked here? 3. Okay. Third and 11 for Lights. From the positive preview, I thought UTSA was coming in decimated. They are. Don't kid yourself. They are. It's just from a depth perspective. I thought you took a timeout. From a depth perspective, I guess UTSA got us there too in depth because they had clearly more than enough players ready for all these guys that opted out of this game. I thought FIU did too. Clearly not enough. 3 sacks feels like a lot more. Pizanski has been pressured a lot. Though keep in mind, Pizanski has had 7 rush attempts. Obviously, not all of those were intentional. I bet probably 3 or 4 of those were like technically not sacks, but like tackles a yard ahead of the line of scrimmage. And then keep in mind, a bunch of times too, he was about to get sacked, but he was able to launch the ball out of bounds for incomplete passes that are not sacks. It's only 3 sacks, but still, it's the offensive line for FIU has been absolutely bullied by UTSA and the pressure they're bringing on defense. So we're back. So 3rd and 11, Jenkins, play action pass in the pocket. Now he's going to move and get the hell out of there. It's going to be a pass on the run. Caught for the first down. Got that pass, by the way. My gosh, that was a nice snag there. Devontae Lyons as a receiver. Okay. Oh, by the way, for the people watching on Instagram, once we hit the 4-hour mark, the stream is automatically going to be cut off on Instagram. So if you want to watch, UTSA called timeout. Q1, why are you celebrating a first down that badly, man? whatever. Lost my train of thought there. For the Instagram people watching this, I appreciate you all tuning in. But once we hit the 4-hour mark here, it's going to kick you out because of, I guess, something. I don't even know why. It does that for these long ass streams. So if you want to continue watching the end of this game and then the post game show, tune into this feed on either our X account or our YouTube account. Either one is okay. They'll continue after the 4-hour mark too. I say that because we are 3 hours 56 minutes currently, and obviously we're gonna well surpass that before this game is over and our post game show is wrapped up. We won't spend too long on the post game show. I'm not sure if Kevin's going to be able to hop on or not because he's probably going to try to get some post game quotes from Willie Simmons. Not that there's going to be much positive to say about this game specifically, but it still was an excellent season. Look at this. That was a nice play there. JoJo Stone sinks by the old line, gets a nice pickup there. Pass out to McGuire Anderson, right side of the field. It's caught for a decent chunk play. The offense actually is looking pretty good right now. It's just a shame that with Jenkins in and FIU finding their groove on offense, it's coming with 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, down by 27 points. That pass is incomplete. Deep shot towards just about the end zone. Bad game overall from Pizanski, which sucks because Pizanski went up and rose to the call when he was assigned to be the FIU quarterback for all those games, but it has just not worked out today. Jenkins has been kind of cooking on this drive, though. Hang on here. Oh, my gosh, it's a keeper. Jenkins gets by it, but he overthrows the wide-open McGuire Anderson. Anderson tried to reach up and grab it, but it was incomplete. I will say, I feel bad for Kevin. That plane ride home is going to super suck. You just already know it. Feel bad for him. Apparently, from what he said, the stadium's cool. The tailgate party was nice. Bad snap. Gets to Jenkins anyway. 4th and 4. Jenkins rolling. Passes incomplete. Is that like the 4th or 5th failed 4th down attempt? FIU quarterbacks and receivers just aren't on the same page tonight. Yeah, I agree. I don't think anything has been on the same page for the offense tonight. O-line, running backs, receivers, and quarterbacks. It's all been just bad. Defensively, I mean, come on. Oh, most points in a bowl game in program history, huh? For UTSA. Oh, that's great. And it happened against us. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I just got the thing Instagram disconnected, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove that. Okay. We're good. So again, hopefully all you Instagram peeps switched over to the X or YouTube account to continue watching this watch party. And if you are still watching here, if you've been here since the start, I appreciate it, man. If you are a UTSA troll or just some other troll looking to laugh in the face of an innocent FIU football fan who just wanted to see their team win a bowl game for the first time in 7 years, you know what? Thanks for showing up at least. Go do something else though. But seriously, for everyone watching, thanks for watching. I love doing these watch parties. It's surprisingly been a rare occurrence that FIU has let me down during these watch parties. They did for Missouri State, but for the other three, it's been nothing but awesomeness. Today, though, not so much. Again, I'll keep the post-game show pretty brief. Don't want to spend too much time talking about how bad the Panthers looked on offense and defense, but no, that's pretty much it. Let's check social media. Ugh. Hmm. Huh. Some fun stuff on socials. Uh, the First Responder Bowl in Dallas, Texas. So how close is Gerald Ford Stadium to downtown Dallas? I think it's kind of a hike. They keep showing these shots of downtown Dallas, but I don't think this SMU campus is super close to it. Or I could be completely wrong. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. So Keywan Jenkins is still in the game. 1st and 10, handoff to, I think, Carey. Nice burst of speed there. Gets a pretty decent chunk of yards, but clearly not going to be enough. First down for Jenkins. Uh, I mean, Q1 has looked pretty good so far. Honestly, most of his passes have been on the money, except for that one fourth down. Getting kind of late here. If it's cool with you all, I'm going to speed through the post game show just so we can get out of here as soon as possible. Because obviously, FIU ain't going to win. I think we can all agree on that. So let's just get out of here as quickly as possible. Got to get the final score graphic ready. Everyone says how bad. Everyone who has gotten turf toe says how awful the injury is, and you know what? That's one that I hope I never get to experience in my life because, geez, the way people describe it. It sounds super awful. So what is it currently? It's 20-47. Okay. There's probably going to be more points scored by somebody here, so I'll just wait until even downloading it. Fourth and 4. Can the offense do something? Jenkins getting blitzed. It's intercepted. This is cool. I got turf toe in 1999, the week before state championships, and I played through it, which was the worst mistake ever. I was in a boot basically for 2 years. Holy cow. Jesus. Yeah, everyone says it's an absolute disaster to come back from. I know Joe Burrow was suffering from it earlier this season. Obviously, Joe Pazanski couldn't play in the Sam Houston game because of that same reason. But seriously, the way people were describing it, I thought his season was over. I thought he wouldn't even play in this game. But I mean, I was not hyped about the First Responder Bowl for a bunch of reasons. Location, opponent, date and time. But the fact that it has been so late of a bowl game on the 26th as opposed to others like the Boca Raton Bowl and New Orleans Bowl, which have already happened, I guess it gave Pizanski enough time to completely heal and get ready for this game. I'm just spitballing there, but yeah. Yeah. I hope I never get something like that because that sounds awful. Just about done here in the first responder bowl. It won't be long now. I was so nervous for this game. Like earlier today, I literally went to the pool just to clear my mind, soak in the water and stuff. Still got nervous though. I still got nervous like an hour before the game. I just feel let down, which is crazy because I was on cloud 9 to start this game when they were up 14-0. I was on cloud 9. And then everything after that has just been mountains and mountains of insurmountable pain. Like, I'm genuinely shocked at how quickly this game flipped from being what could have been an FIU blowout to what UTSA has done. Also, their band is huge. Holy hell. Jeez. All right, 1st and 10, 7:55. I hope. Oh my God, another breakout run here to the 30, 25. Holy cow. Hope he's okay. Is that Owen McCown in the game? I don't even know. Might be their backup. AJ Wilson. Oh, that's it for McCown. Oh, Tennyson is the actual backup. My bad. He's just going to run like he won, I guess, and gain a few yards. Why would you let him get the 3,000-yard mark? Owen McCown is like 5 yards away from 3K. Just let him get it. I don't know. Six thirty and dropping here as we continue on. Hopefully get this game over with as soon as possible because we are approaching midnight here on the East Coast. And I don't want to watch this any more than I have to, but I don't want to like back out of a watch party because that's just stupid. I'm checking the worst group chat ever made, this Conference USA group chat that I wouldn't recommend on my worst enemy. This guy's saying someone with a Delaware username is rage baiting Jake in the Paws Up stream. It's not rage baiting. What happened what happened during the game is rage baiting. That's just like someone taking advantage of a horrible situation and like I don't know what's more comedic. Some of those comments that were made by either Blue Hen Replay, who actually does seem like a pretty chill dude, or Joseph Dale 2006, who might be an FIU fan who's just even more pissed off than I am. JG told him to go eat soup. Isn't it cold up there? I thought that was a nice burn, considering the circumstances. I mean, there's not really much you can say about Delaware and sort of like to make a joke about it. It's kind of a whatever kind of state, to be real. I don't know. There's just not much to say about Delaware, like in a joking manner, because they don't have a whole lot of interesting things to go off of in the way that, like, I don't know, like other states in the Northeast do. I could keep referring to them as a New England state, though. That might be worth it. That I think that's where the beef started with Delaware. Low key was me accidentally calling them a New England state when they're actually in the Mid-Atlantic. Not that I really cared, but like, you know, just wanted to clarify that. And then the game happened, and yeah, that wasn't great. That Joseph dude did go off, though. You're not lying about that. Come to Newark. I'm going to try to. Like, I definitely want to go on more road games. And I'm going to have two great opportunities to do that next season. We're going to try to go to two road games for sure, being the Florida Atlantic game in Boca Raton, which is an easy one to get to. It's like a 40-minute drive from FIU to FAU. So we're obviously going to go to that. And then to take on USF in Tampa, that should be a pretty fun road trip too. I've made the drive from Miami to Orlando before. I've never gone from Miami all the way to Tampa through car before. So that should be interesting. Kevin and I will probably do a little road trip for that one. Should be pretty fun, little carpool. But besides that, Jenkins thrown to a ghost there. See, but that's the thing I don't like about this conference, man. Is that like there are so many teams that are kind of on an island away from other teams. Like you look at a team like the Sun Belt or a conference like the Sun Belt where there are so many in-state rivalries, like Louisiana Lafayette, Louisiana Monroe, and now Louisiana Tech. Georgia State, Georgia Southern, all the Alabama teams, Troy, South Alabama, and all the there's so many great in-state rivalries. It's easy to go to another team in the conference to it's easy in other conferences like the Sun Belt or the American to do a road trip for. For Conference USA, it sucks for us because the closest team to us is Kennesaw State and Atlanta, and that's a long drive from Miami to Atlanta. And not every team has that problem. You obviously have Middle Tennessee, Western Kentucky. You had New Mexico State and UTEP, but you won't have that anymore. Jack State and Kennesaw is doable. But for us, it sucks. For New Mexico State, it's going to suck. I don't know how Blue Hen, let me know how far is the distance from Delaware to Liberty in Lynchburg, Virginia. If that's actually a viable road trip, how long it is, and if it's like something that's genuinely viable to do, or if you need to like take a plane there, I don't know. For us, it sucks. I mean, I do wish as far as like the potential of in-state rivalries, I wish FIU was the American, because the American has FAU and USF, you know? So I digress. Oh my God, another dropped pass. That one from Dallas Payne. Scores 50-20, by the way. I didn't even talk about the field goal UTSA hit to put a 50 burger on us. So we will continue here. About 4 to 5 hours, sneaky long. That's pretty much going to be the distance from Miami to Tampa for this USF road trip. So it's not that bad. Yeah. Delaware, yeah. The American with Temple and Navy. You can throw like Army in there too. Like a lot more teams in the Northeast. Like, you can even maybe get UConn. I don't know. Yeah, conference. Listen, I like Conference USA. I think it's a funny conference. It's obviously not a great conference overall. FIU and Kennesaw State certainly had some bad. FIU and Kennesaw State had horrible representations for the rest of Conference USA with their performances in their respective bowl games. I like CUSA because it produces it can produce some memorable games. Obviously, weekday CUSA had a lot of great games during that stretch. But as far as like being a regional conference, it's not great, and it's going to get even worse when Louisiana Tech and UTEP head out. I don't know what Conference USA is going to do, if they're like cool with staying with 10 teams, or if they're going to go to FCS and grab some more teams soon. Obviously, Tarleton State's one of the big ones. You have other teams here and there, like McNeese, I've heard, Central Arkansas. A lot of teams from the Southland Conference, from the UAC, which was the Atlantic Sun. Now it's like a merger. And the what's the conference I'm thinking of? That's like the Carolinas and stuff. The SoCon. There you go. Would love a Northeast G5 conference. I don't know if that's even possible. The ACC has a bunch of Northeastern teams, but I don't think Delaware is obviously ready to be in that conference yet. I think there could be some Northeastern teams FIU could bring in, or Conference USA could bring in through FCS, like maybe Richmond, maybe Villanova in football, maybe I don't know. Campbell's not really Northeast, but whatever. You could go that direction, which I wouldn't mind. I think eventually New Mexico State's going to want out, because they'll realize that this conference is kind of really bad for them, because the closest team for them is going to be in San Houston State, which is on the other side of Texas. So they'll probably want to leave to a conference that better fits them, like the Mountain West or Pac-12 or whatever, or maybe just go independent again. I don't know. I feel like the travel costs for New Mexico State are killer in Conference USA, especially without UTS or UTEP as a quote-unquote travel partner. Yeah, next year is going to be very strange for Conference USA if they don't get new FCS teams in, which it looks like they're not going to. I want CUSA to either stay at 10 or poach FBS teams desperate enough. Adding recent D2s like Fartleton would be bad for the brand. They're not D2. Come on, they're D1 FCS. But unfortunately, I don't think Conference USA has the money / has the firepower / recognition / notoriety to go to another conference like the American or Sun Belt and poach teams from them. Because for the last few years, for like the last half a decade, it's been the opposite, where Conference USA has been the conference that's been poached by just about everybody. Sun Belt, American, and now Mountain West with UTEP. Conference USA does not have the power to grab other FBS teams right now. They just can't. They just can't compete in that direction with them. They have to go to FCS, which sounds bad, but FIU has done a great job in recent years of getting FCS teams that are ready, like Jack State, and obviously Delaware and Missouri State have been pretty good. Kennesaw State made it to the CUSA title game in their second season and won it. So I always nickname Conference USA the Conference of Opportunity, because I don't think another conference is giving FCS teams that are ready to go to FBS as much as of an opportunity to do so as Conference USA. And to the casuals, they're going to make fun of Conference USA for that, but they shouldn't, because FIU had more teams go bowling this season. Or Conference USA had more teams go bowling this season than a lot of other conferences that have not had recent FCS pickups. So if FIU wants to go again, or if Conference USA again wants to go to FCS and get some new teams, by all means, I'm not mad about it. Just make sure that they make sense regionally, that maybe they'll have some potential rivalship already going with some existing Conference USA teams, like, Eastern Kentucky and Western Kentucky, Tarleton State and Sam Houston. I know there was some bad blood there. Just keep doing that, and if these teams continue to pay off, then by all means, by all means. Let's get Charlotte and Temple. Not happening. It's just not happening. Charlotte already left Conference USA. Why would they want to go back? And then Temple, I don't think that makes much sense either. All right, 2nd and 7. 2 minutes to go. Handoff, running to his left. No one's going to get to him. Touchdown, UTSA. And I have to update the freaking final score graphic again. What a disaster of a game. The only good thing about Conference USA next season is that it's going to be unbelievably wide open for everyone that's still in it. There's only 10 teams in the conference. It's not like the ACC where you have 17 or something. It's really hard to get into a conference game like that. But for 10, anyone can just go on a run in the conference stretch this season, end up in a spot in the CUSA title game, because there's only freaking 10 teams. I remember when, as soon as Conference USA was initially poached by the Sun Belt and the American, when they only had 9 teams. The only remaining teams were FIU, La Tech, Western Kentucky, Middle Tennessee, and UTEP. And then they quickly brought in Liberty, New Mexico State, Jack State, and Sam Houston, and that was 9. I remember when we had 9 And that was strange. So dropping back down to 10 is not going to be crazy. But it is going to be a little disappointing. At least from a me perspective, because I just feel like I miss Conference USA before that poaching, when FAU was a member of the conference, and then you had all these teams in Texas and Virginia and stuff, and I miss those days. I don't hate Conference USA right now, but I don't really love it either, from a geographical standpoint, from a rival standpoint, from a, to be honest, anything standpoint. I can only hope Willie and the team remember this butt whooping next season and use it as motivation. I agree too, and I think they will. I feel confident that they will do that. This team proved this season that they can bounce back from a blowout. Like the loss to UConn, they turned around and dog walked Western Kentucky on the road. It wasn't really a blowout, but when they lost to Missouri State, they obviously turned around and went perfect in the month of November. So obviously it's a different scenario now, because they're gonna have to wait a whole season to do that. The roster is gonna look extremely different. But you're going to have Willie, who I have faith in, and hopefully you're going to have a still very motivated FIU team that can come back and make some noise in the Conference USA next season. Because for Willie to go 7-5 in his first season here is great, but now it sets up a standard. Like Willie needs to go 7-5 again, just get into a bowl game again, and maybe go even further and compete for his CUSA title game appearance. There's only 10 teams in Conference USA. It's not crazy. It's not crazy to think that. But this was an awesome season. It's a shame it's ending this negatively for FIU. But this was an awesome season for the Panthers. You finally beat FAU and you clown them too. We had so much fun with all the memes and stuff, clowning FAU and the American, funnily enough, after we took down the Owls. And then those wins against Western Kentucky and Liberty and Jackson, I'm going to be remembering those for a while, man. Those were sick games. Is this Clayton Dees in the game, by the way? I think it is. By the way, you know where my real hatred for Delaware really came from, by the way? It wasn't even the fact that we lost to them. It was the final score graphic that Delaware's social media team dropped after they beat us, where it was like, I think it was their mascot in front of the stadium. And you know where, if you know Pitbull Stadium, they have on the other end of the scoreboard, it just says Pitbull Stadium. And they crossed out Pitbull and low-key wrote empty stadium, like empty, and then it says empty stadium. That really set me off at the time. It still is like a Jesus. Like, you just got here and you're already making this much noise. Listen, I don't hate Delaware. I actually think Delaware is a cool school. It looks like a nice university. The football team's kind of fun. The roster thing is basically just a recurring joke at this point on the show, and yes, it's going to continue next year too. But I really don't have much ill will for Delaware as far as being an actual football team and school and stuff. I think Delaware, granted, I think Delaware is kind of a mid-state. There's not really much to really talk about it at all, but it seems lovely. And those crowds have been really I saw a bit of the Delaware UConn game, and the crowd looked super bumping for that game. Missouri State looks like a fun addition to the conference too. All right, we're under a minute to go now. The pain is almost over. Is that caught? No, it's not incomplete. Is that it? I think someone called a timeout. Oh, someone's hurt. Oh. They are showering Jeff Trailer. I mean, this was a well coached, kind of well coached, with the exception of that one defender that got a billion pass interferences. You know, FIU was outclassed today, offense and defense. And at this point, all you can do is just move on, man. You know, we just have to take this loss on the chin, accept the fact that we're going to finish with a 7-6 record, which is not bad, and then just move on to next year. This was a fun season, great win over FAU. We have a trophy that we earned this season in a trophy case at Pitbull Stadium, which a lot of teams can't say that they earned a trophy this year. Oh my God, low snap. All right, final score is up. Is it up on? Yeah, it is. It's up on Instagram. All right. I mean, we're past midnight, so I'm going to quickly take a break and then we'll get right into the post game show. So, your final score UTSA 57, FIU 20. Okay, this is the Paws Up post game show. Thank you all who are either now just tuning in to hear my final thoughts on this game, those who are trying to troll, or those who are genuinely upset like I am at how this game ended and just want to know what the hell happened. Plain and simple, FIU was outclassed on offense and defense. All right, that's the Paws Up post game. No, I'm just kidding. But obviously, this was a horrific night for Joe Pazanski. 102 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception. He was just off with a bunch of his receivers, and the receivers didn't do him much favors either, with a lot of them dropping passes. Offensive line, the only didn't give him much time in the pocket, and it wasn't much better on defense as they made Owen McCown look like prime Peyton Manning tonight. Running game was also pretty good. 186 total rushing yards for UTSA. Let me take these headphones off. Hang on. So that was that. Listen, FIU was just outclassed. Both teams were missing a lot of players that are because they opted out of this game. UTSA was missing way more than FIU, but I digress. The biggest hits to FIU as far as missing players who have opted out were in the secondary and safeties, and that was clearly exposed by Owen McCown today. I think 481 total yards for UTSA. They were only 4 of 12 on third down, but they were a perfect 2 for 2 on fourth downs. Not even an extensive amount of penalties committed by UTSA, including like 4 pass interferences on one guy, really mattered much in the grand scheme of things. FIU, on the other side, actually played a clean game as far as not committing silly penalties. They only committed 4 all night. Every single time UTSA got into the red zone, they scored. They went 7 for 7. FIU turned the ball over twice. Oh yeah, the 2 interceptions. And FIU was 1 for 10 on. They were 1 for 10 on fourth downs. Holy crap! 8 TFLs for UTSA, by the way. I don't know what else there is to say. It's a bad look for FIU to lose the game like this. The casuals who are watching this are going to be like, wow, FIU must be terrible. Wow, how do they even get here? FIU has a great team. And I was proud of FIU this season, how they battled through adversity at times, made some tough decisions here and there that ultimately paid off, and how they were able to string together a perfect month of November and get to 7-5, which was something that I wanted to see FIU do forever since I was a freshman in 2018 and now covering the Panthers for the Paws Up podcast. I've been dying to go to a bowl game. I've been dying to actually go in person to a bowl game. It didn't happen this year because a bowl game on February the 26th is just brutal. It's in Dallas too. Like if it was in the Boca Raton Bowl, sheesh, come on. Or the Cure, I would have accepted the Cure Bowl, New Orleans Bowl, because I like that city, and maybe even Myrtle Beach. I don't know. But this was just a brutal way for this game to end. Or this is a brutal way for the season to end. The ending of this game was whatever. UTSA was in the lead for a while. After FIU scored the opening 14 points of the game, UTSA went on a 57-6 run. The 2 touchdowns, by the way, were pretty sick, though. Not going to lie. The passing touchdown to Kyle McNeil was awesome to start the game, and then, of course, the 97-yard punt return touchdown by McGuire Anderson that is going into the record books for FIU, for Conference USA, and for like all of bowl games in general. That was crazy. But everything after that, literally everything after that punt return for a touchdown was an utter disaster for FIU. Outclassed on both sides of the ball. When FIU ultimately did something good, in the touchdown that finally broke the 1 billion unanswered points to make it 20. They go for 2, and it's a pick 2 by the same defender who committed all those pass interference penalties to make it I think a 40-point game, 40 to 27 at the time. And then UTSA scored 17 unanswered points after that. Pazanski had a bad game. Kewan Jenkins actually looked pretty good when he was finally allowed to play in this game. Not obviously, it was too little, too late. Why they felt the need to go with Pazanski for as long as they did into the third quarter, I will probably never know. I'm sure he'll be asked about that by someone, but woof, that offense was horrific today. So that's pretty much it. What else can you really say, man? It was a disaster. After that, after like the first few minutes of the game, FIU looked like they did not belong on the same field as UTSA. It's a disservice to the lot of FIU fans that actually made it out to this game. Kevin was telling me there's more FIU fans than UTSA fans. Are you serious, Roadrunner fans? You missed this. But it's just a shame they had to watch such an awful game. And hell, I had to. I had to host a watch party. But I feel bad for Kevin too. Brutal road trip to go there and come back in one day, and he had to sit through this game. And I feel for the seniors on the team who just played their last game at FIU. That they had to go out in such a disappointing performance. I feel bad for the players who opted out of this game because it felt like their losses were really missed in this game. You know, if you have a lot of your big playmakers on defense, who knows what would have happened. But I feel bad for a lot of people, to be honest. I feel bad that the final Paws Up watch party of 2026 was 2025 was such a dud. But what I'm not going to be upset about is this season in general, because it was so much fun. It was the most fun season of FIU football in like maybe half a decade, over half a decade. The win over Florida Atlantic was so much fun. It felt so good to clown anyone from Boca Raton after that win. And then the win over Western was sick. And then everything the whole month of November was like a fever dream of how great that was. Securing bowl eligibility against the top team in the conference in Jack State, and then beating Liberty, who just no one likes. To see it all end like this is very disappointing. But I'm not going to sit here and be like this season was a quote-unquote failure, because Willie Simmons in his first year led a team that was 4-8 for 1 billion seasons beforehand to a bowl game. I think FIU fans would have been fine if the season was 1-11, but you got to beat FAU. And we well and above exceeded that. Kevin and I correctly predicted they'd go 7-5 in the regular season, so I'm satisfied with that. But that's I'm not sure what else there really is to say, honestly. Looking through some stuff here. That's it. It's painful. It's just an awful way to end what was a remarkable season for this FIU team. One of the youngest teams in FBS. One of the I don't know, just in a crazy market here in Miami. in a weird conference in CUSA. They went out and had one of their best seasons in recent memory, but to see it end like this sucks. It does suck. It super sucks. I'm gonna be upset sleeping tonight. But you just got to move on. Hopefully, Willie can rally the troops, kick ass in the portal, and get a roster that can compete for his CUSA title game next season. But there's going to be the college football offseason is brutal. It's so long. It's too long. So, and I can't even root for a good NFL team to at least calm myself, because the Dolphins are the Dolphins. At least we have the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. I think I'll end it there. Final score 57-20. Thank you all so much. I think a lot of thank yous are in order now, and then we'll close up shop because we're about to hit the freaking 5-hour mark. Thank you all for the FIU football coverage this season. For myself, for Kevin, for Ricardo, for Seb, you all have shown love to all of us here at Lemon City and the Paws Up podcast for this full season of FIU. From the hiring of Willie Simmons to spring practices in the spring game, all the way to transfer pickups to fall practices, not to mention all the episodes we had in between with guys like Keywan Jenkins, Willie Simmons, Nick Coleman, Websley Etienne, Dallas Payne. I'm forgetting names here. This sucks. Who am I forgetting? I don't want to look at a list, but you get what I'm saying. We had a lot of actual episodes of the podcast with some of these new guys in football. And those were obviously very well received because, FIU, this was a very hyped up season for FIU football with Willie Simmons in. And I think he lived up to the expectations in this first season alone here to go 7-5, to have some marquee wins against Bethune-Cookman. Nice way to start off. Then you give Penn State all they can handle, and then you beat Florida Atlantic, and then you have a couple of stretches of the season where you suffer some tough losses, right? Delaware and then UConn, and then Kennesaw State, then Missouri State. But in both those instances, FIU bounced back, beat Western Kentucky on the road. It was amazing. And then the whole month of November was incredible football. But it's over. The 2025 season is over for the FIU Panthers. They finish with a 7-6 record. They fall to UTSA by a score of 57-20. And that's it. So, again, thank you to everyone who's been following me and Kevin and everybody this season for Lemon City Live and the Paws Up podcast. I'm going to miss this iteration of the Panthers, but I'm also optimistic for what's ahead. So where does that leave the podcast? We've been covering football so long. We're going to need to get back into the swing of things with actual episodes of the Paws Up podcast. But we do have some great guests in mind coming up. We even finally did something that I've been wanting to do for a while, which is to update the intro to the show. And we actually unveiled it yesterday. On Christmas Day, we unveiled this new intro that spoiler alert, I worked on and got done, because the old intro, it was great. It lasted us literally 110 and a half episodes. But it was time for an upgrade. New music, new clips. Everything needed to be new. So I got to work, and this is the new intro for the Paws Up podcast that'll be used from episode 111 onwards. Take a look. Not bad. I wanted a song that was royalty free, but also kind of reflected Miami better, like the Miami Vice-esque retro style that Miami and FIU, for that matter, has become sort of synonymous with. I wanted that, and I found it with that funky track. And then and then the intro that we've been using forever only had actual clips of FIU for football, basketball, men's basketball, and men's soccer. I wanted to expand that and include some women's sports, so I was able to do that with adding clips for women's soccer, women's basketball, softball, and indoor volleyball. Obviously, I wanted updated clips for some of the guests we've had on previous episodes of the show to show some more recent people we've had on, and I did that, and we did that too with Scott Carr, of course, Willie Simmons, Billy Gill, who I think were on already in the older intro, but you also have newer people like Alejandro Solana, Burks, Corey Brooks, and Eddie Hondel. So that's the new intro. Also, it's like 4 seconds longer, which I liked. It kind of made making it a lot more fun. Thank you, Daniel. And I'll play it one more time to close out the this whole shindig. Oh, I even updated some of the graphics already. So, like, for around FIU athletics, like that you see on episodes of the podcast, I even updated the little video for that. I'll play it and let me know if you figure out what I changed. Hey, I added in the new Sunblazer logo. And then around Conference USA, I already fixed that up too. I had to get rid of UTEP and La Tech. So I'll play the new intro one more time in case you somehow missed it as the outro for this show. But I'm done here. So thank you all so much for your love and support, not just for this watch party, but for all my watch parties and for Kevin for our coverage, Kevin and myself, for this FIU football season. It was awesome. It's a shame it had to end this way, but I'm still very happy with how the season turned out and excited for what's next for the direction of FIU football. And we'll probably have an episode coming up to talk about it, but I'm going to end stream here. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, paws up. Always paws up.